YouTube, YouTube, YouTube. What's good? How's everybody doing tonight, or today, or afternoon, depending on where you're listening from? Welcome to another episode of Wanted, the voice within organized chaos, episode 4. Can you believe I actually got to 4? I'm actually happy about that. That's a small number, but in a couple more weeks, it's going to be different. So thank you for joining me again. Today's episode, we're covering the D word, de-individualization. That's why they call it the D word. Too much to say. But first, let me thank everybody for joining me. I can't see the chat. I don't know who's here just yet. I don't see anybody in there just yet, but that's cool. I'm sure people are falling in. I apologize if you're still at work and you can't chime in, but at least you guys get to hit the replay. That's all good. Hey, Mikey's in the house. What's good? What is good, Mikey? So I usually invite people up immediately because usually the conversation, I get right into it. Excuse me. But first, I definitely want to ask the question, did anybody like the intro? I actually spent a little time on that one, messing around with my PowerPoint skills. So I have a set goal of at least creating one segue slide a week. So maybe in about 5 weeks, I'll have a whole episode worth of segue slides. But, first is the intro. So hope you enjoyed it. So I usually open up with a quote of the day. And the quote of the day is by no one other than yours truly. I mentioned before, I have a bag full of quotes that either I've heard and I jotted down, or sometimes I come up with my own. Today I have another one from my own bag. And the quote is, "Your potential is rooted in your frame of reference." Your potential is rooted in your frame of reference. And as a second part to that, I also have a saying. It's not necessarily a quote. It's more of just, something I've heard along, my days of travel, work, professional. Dress for your job. Dress for the job you want, not the job that you have. I heard that very early in my career. Very, very early. And I guess it's self-explanatory. How it ties in today, I'll wrap it all up in one neat bow at the end. You'll understand why I have those two statements, the quote and the saying. So let's get right into it. What the hell is de-individualization? And some people actually use the word de-individuation. I think they're used interchangeably. I've seen it different ways in different books, but I think they're the same term. They mean the same thing. They're the same terms. It's a psychology term. I think back in the 50s when it was first coined. So growing up, I'm sure a lot of us, we've been taught to be individuals, right? We've been taught to be just stand-up people in society, always stick to what you believe, all those things, be that individual. But then there's this one thing that's just the human nature. It's this comfort found in groups, like a sense of belonging, either good or bad, whether it's a gang or a group at work or at school. But there's some level of comfort found in groups. So the true definition of de-individualization is a loss in individual identity when a person is in a group, adopting a group's way of thinking. Now, that does not have to be an unhealthy or violent experience. That does not have to be a bad thing to want to be a part, to want to be involved, to want to be, ingrained in the people around you. But notably, I guess the early inception of the word, it carried a lot of negative connotation to it. Examples include like joining a sorority or fraternity, like hazing. typically kids are, excessively drinking, um, getting into activities that they normally wouldn't do, but because it's part of that initiative, it's part of that. Uh, I don't want to call it a culture, but it's part of that movement at the time. That's, sometimes they're in rigorous, sometimes fatal activities. Some people get hurt or killed in some of those situations, and then you have regret after that, right? Um, Joining a protest. A lot of people are screaming, shouting, chanting, marching. These are not things you do in your everyday life, but it'll be a little weird if you walk into work screaming, shouting, chanting, and marching, because it's not that environment, unless everyone in there is actually feeling the same way you feel and they're willing to step up with you. But again, joining a protest, that's another example of it. Doing something out of your norm. And for why it ties into where I am, joining YouTube, this YouTube sector, this black sector, Umar sector, whatever you want to call it, just joining YouTube is another example of that. A sense of belonging with like-minded people, like-minded individuals. That's the hope. At least that's what I thought I was trying to do coming in, trying to figure out, what is this whole YouTube thing about. And I started feeling community, and then I started getting these, just the real of what YouTube is, not this utopia of a world that no one can get hurt or slandered or any of the above. Excuse me. And subsections of the YouTube sector, they could be uplifting, they could be condemning, they could be insulting, they can be straight up disgusting. And I'll admit, I've been part of all of them. I've dipped my toe in every last bit of BS you can think of, just being on YouTube. Um, and because I sort of sat back and I started doing a lot of self-reflecting. And it became clear to me where I deviated from what my purpose is. First, I had to find out what that purpose actually is for me. Excuse me. Clear my throat here. Yeah, so I definitely had to figure that out first. Once I realized what my purpose actually is, and it was actually defined before I even knew what it was, it was kind of how I was moving anyway, for the most part. Like I said, I dipped my toe in it, in the effery, so I'm not immune. But once I defined that and then started looking back and self-reflecting, I realized I've deviated from what I'm supposed to be doing, at least in my mind, what I'm supposed to be doing. And I'm trying to own it. I'm trying to own what I bring to the table here. So let me go back to the chat. Let's see who's here. Give some more people to come in. As I said, Mikey, what's good? Hey, Karma 52, what's good? What's good? This is VSN. How are you? Missed you on that last live. I would have loved your perspective on some things. But yeah, so actually, if anybody wants to jump in now, I'm going to start kind of walking a little more in detail. But I want to, again, I love getting perspectives of others. I love getting an idea that I may not have come across or never came to my head. So anybody that wants to jump up, join me, and just talk about it. I mean, it doesn't even have to be humor sector. I know that's why most of us are here, but again, I'm definitely open to other ideas and angles, and this is kind of what drives me. The feeling that I don't know everything keeps me waking up every day, trying to figure out what's the next thing to learn. So, and I'm not immune to learning from other people, so I'm never gonna turn that off. Hey, Miss VSN, hello everyone. Apologize for being late. You're not late. You're just early for the next show. You're not late though, but I appreciate you joining me. So again, I mentioned earlier the idea of deindividualization. I know initially the history of it, the history of the word it was pretty negative. It had a lot of negative connotations to it. But it had three components that support the factors of what it is. And some of these were eye openers for me. Actually, all of them. These were eye openers for me to see that, wait a minute, that's me. I'm reading about this stuff, and I am not a psychology major. I'm not. I don't even know how I came upon some of this stuff, but when I did, I was happy. I sort of unraveled that, that ball of knowledge there, and now I'm seeing myself in a little different light here. So, so there's three things here that supports the idea of de-individualization. One is diffusion of responsibility, bystander effect, and this is the negative. This is the negative connotation that comes with that word, initially, at least in its inception. Someone else is responsible for taking action. An example would be if you're in a crowd and some crazy stuff start jumping off, where there's some people getting physical. A lot of people look at that big guy in the crowd and say, "Hey, you want to handle that?" Hey, I'm only here for just a certain level. So it's not taking full responsibility. It's diffusing it to someone else. Like, I don't want to handle this. This is getting crazy. I don't want any parts of it, even though you're in it. So you're not owning any of it. Second piece is anonymity. Anonymity. I keep tripping up on that word. That was the eye opener for me. I had that was more of the light bulb for me. Just trying to understand where I fall into that. This is exactly where YouTube lies. This is where a lot of people feel like this is where they're protected. You're just someone in the crowd. No one knows who you are. No one knows where you're from. No one knows what you're about. All that stuff. So just having that anonymity, people feel like they can just say and do whatever they want outside of what they would typically do every day. And then the third part is suggestibility. It's easier to accept the suggestions of others when you don't know exactly what to say. That's a strong basis for a lot of religious followings. That's just one example. Again, it doesn't have to be negative, but it's the idea of you don't know all of the terms and the rules and regulations, but you still you're accepting what someone's giving you as being the truth, as being up front. So, but that's the negative. That doesn't necessarily have to be the full picture there. So more on the positive side of it. And I'll do like counter arguments to it. So for the negative side, it was more diffusion of responsibility. That was one of the big ones, the bystander effect. In a more positive light, which I think was more revealed years later, that, wait a minute, this isn't just a negative thing. This is an everyday thing. A shared sense of responsibility. A shared sense of responsibility, as opposed to transferring it to someone else on the negative side of knowing what that is. Transferring it, as opposed to transferring it, you share it. An example would be like running a marathon. You're motivated by the crowd's hyping you up, and you get that sense of like courage to keep pushing forward. And that's it's like that. They call what do they call it in NBA? The sixth man. I think they call the crowd usually the sixth man. He's part of the team, but they're not on the court, but they're still part of the team. And another example would be volunteering with the team, like for homeless or for anyone, needing help. Volunteering, it seems like less work because everyone's working together. Everyone's signing up. Everyone's being part of it. And the counter argument to the anonymity, instead of not wanting people to know who you are, the other side of that is being a proud member of the group, saying, yeah, I am part of this. I want you to know who I am. I want you to know what I'm a part. about. I want you to realize that I'm part of this. So again, example, anyone in church, anyone in any kind of collective gathering where you're proud to be a member of that. But it's still part of the individualization. It's a more positive aspect of it. And susceptibility is the same, both positive and negative. It's not much different. You're accepting the ideas that are not of your own as being either truthful or a good foundation to stand on and base principles off of. It's the same idea. So that's why that was the eye opener for me as well. I did not know, I had no clue that it carried any kind of positive side of things. I try to carry myself a certain way, and I'm like, wait a minute, I'm more part of the negative side, to be honest. At least that's how I got here, and that's how I kind of fell into this. So, so yeah, so that's more of a better fit for what we're trying to talk about here. So let me see, who else do we have here? I know Defrauding mentioned he was either going to be here or not. I don't know if he's here or not. I apologize if I didn't drop the link. I should have done that. Copy clipboard. So I see Mikey wants to come up. So I'm open to talk to whoever. I'm not even going to say he's not allowed up here. Mikey's good. Mikey's good. Mikey has his way of thinking as well. So there's the link. Again, I apologize not dropping that earlier when I was saying anyone else want to come up. So Star, if you're listening, don't laugh at that. I think that's the second time I did that. Maybe third. I don't know. All right. So ask and you shall receive.
What's good, man?
Mr. Mikey, what's good, man?
Chilling, just over here trying to fix my logo.
Are you working on your logo?
Yeah, man.
So what did you have to chime in on, man? What was anything kind of piqued your interest there?
Yeah. Let me see. I'm trying to really think about the YouTube thing. Like it's true what you said earlier.
Mm-hmm.
About reception and all that stuff. It is kind of true.
Now, is that why you on YouTube?
Oh, nah. Not like that, really. Not like that. But what I was gonna say was, you just want to get known,
Okay.
You know what I mean? And that's a big factor because me personally, I'm learning how to be a YouTuber. You know what I mean?
I'm learning with you, Mikey.
So I'm learning how to maneuver, look at the games that people play. It's like somewhat like chess. You got to know how to maneuver in the YouTube world. Some people's not gonna like you. Some people's gonna like you. It depends how you come about it.
So where do you fall with the anonymity part of it? Are you see, I don't even know if Mikey's real name. You don't have to tell me if it's not, or it doesn't matter.
No, that's my real name.
Okay, so you're comfortable.
It's Michael for
Okay.
My name, Michael.
Okay. Now, was there any time that you felt like maybe I shouldn't have used my real name?
Not too much, really. Not too much, because I figure I kind of like that name, so I stuck with it.
I would hope so. It's your name.
Yeah. Nah. I stuck with it because I like it's catchy. I like it. I didn't want to change my name, so I just used my real name, Mikey. I mean, that's not my real name.
You could have been like Bobby Jones or something. Nobody would have known. You know what
I mean? Facts. It's just I like to stay true to my name.
Right.
So I want my name to recognize who I am.
Okay.
So I stuck with that, Mikey. Nah, like I said, my real name is Michael, but not Mikey. It's Michael.
Well, that's close enough.
Yeah. Mm,
Now, for me, I'm not. I I guess my first inception on YouTube, I wasn't too worried about that part in the beginning, but
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
now I learned that some people want to use that for negative reasons. You know, it's
Mm.
I didn't want to I didn't want to entertain anyone who was, if they disagree with me, that, oh my god, I got to contact his employer. I got to, that part to me I don't understand. I would never do that. But at the same
Mm.
time, I'm not going to leave it wide open for someone to just do it to me, because I'm not that arrogant
Yeah,
where I'm
yeah.
like, nobody's going to do it to me. No, no, I'm definitely going to protect that,
You know what it
because
is?
of learning how to move on these streets. That's I
No,
conform.
facts, facts. No, you know how I see that people that do that, like to, just I want to say dox people, but you know why people do that? Because they don't got nothing else better to do. That's my personal thing. Either they
Okay.
got nothing better to do, or they trying to find some type of vengeance. Like, oh, if he did this, so who's this person? Now I gotta look him up, or look her up. Like, that's corny to me. You know, that's my
Yeah,
personal thing. That's corny. You
yeah, I'm
know,
not a fan of it either. I don't think it has a place on YouTube. I really
nah.
don't. I feel like, if someone's, it's someone's choice to share that information, and if they don't want to,
Hmm.
who the hell is somebody to go there and try and dig it out because
Yeah,
they either upset or whatever else.
yeah.
I'm
Like if
not a
you got
fan
a
of that.
no. If you got a problem, go up to that person, or try to contact that person on YouTube and talk to them. Don't go beyond like, oh, now I gotta contact his employer and all this shit. Like that tells me where your mind is. You know,
Right, right,
that tells me how you is and where your mind is. Then it tells me, okay, now I know how to deal with this person, because this person wanna go beyond. You know,
right,
you know what I
right.
mean?
Anybody contact your job, Mikey?
Oh no, 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 no,
I'm just asking, man.
no, no,
Some
no.
weird things are happening on these streets, man. And
Nah,
so,
facts, facts. Like I said, people got nothing else better to do. Just wanna, oh, I want to see how this, man. Uh, People got issues, man. I'm telling you, cause yo, I be in the back end listening to a lot, man. Listening, just observing,
right, right,
like,
right,
you know what I mean? Cause me, like my brother told me, he was like, you know what I like about you? You more to observe and analyze people. You know what I mean? So I've
right,
been doing that in the back end. I observe and I analyze a lot of people on YouTube, how it is. So by me doing that, I know who to mess with, who to talk to, or how to conduct myself with people. You know?
right. So, hey, what's up, YM? What's up, brother of a certain age? I see you. So YM says people share too much info about themselves in this forum, and unfortunately, privacy is often breached because people think they can play with other folks' lives.
Mm, that is kind of somewhat true. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's dead on, to be
Yeah.
honest.
Right. Right.
I- so, where are you with conforming to how things? Well, it doesn't sound like it. I don't want to answer it for you, but
Mm-hmm.
as far as being responsible for what you bring to the table, and I used the example before that. I use the example like when someone's in, like, let's say college, and they're getting hazed in a fraternity or sorority, and
Mm-hmm.
they usually make them do crazy stuff. I've heard some really crazy stuff, blindfolded and reaching in the toilet and squeezing what they think is what they think it is, but it's actually a banana. I guess it feels the same in the toilet. So because you're blindfolded, you have no clue. But those are the goofy things that people
Mm-hmm.
do, and others have gone so far as to do like drinking games, and someone, it could be fatal. Sometimes it's fatal, where things
True.
happen
True.
that wasn't the plan. But in the moment, people usually get riled up and they're like, "Go do it, drink it, do it," and
Mm-hmm.
then it's usually out of the norm of who they are or what they do in their everyday life. Where do you fall? Do you feel like you have to be a certain way on YouTube, or are you free to be yourself?
I'm free to be myself. You know what I mean? Because like I said, right? My daughter, right? My second oldest, she became a big YouTuber at this point right now. You know what I
Okay.
mean? So she got more subscribers than like just any, because I've been helping her in the back end, and I monetize her channel. You know
Oh,
what I
really?
mean?
Wow.
Yeah, I monetize it. You know,
Nice.
so I kind of see who comes in and who comes out. Out of her channel, whatever's the case is. But I kind of figure like, damn, if she could get big like this, I'm gonna try to do it too. You know?
What, if you don't mind me asking, what is the basis of her channel? You don't have to give the channel out, but
No, I ain't gonna get the channel. Basically, it's like she her audience is like nothing but little kids. You know what
okay.
I mean? And they tell her, hey, can you do this template for me, or can you do this intro? I want to see what kind of clothes you bought. Little stuff that little kids do. You know what I mean?
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah. So she got like almost 3,000, 4,000 subscribers. You know?
Yes, let me real quick say, so YM chimed in again. He says there is a balance. You also go out on a limb and trust the community not to backstab you.
Mm, that is true. Ooh, I like that. I like that
Yeah,
too.
that is that has backfired on some of us with all these emails and text messages and phone calls and screen captures, and yeah, that level of
Mm.
trust has been compromised
No,
to say
fact.
the least.
Okay, I want to put it like this, right? This certain person trying to push this narrative, right? So
Hmm.
I peep game. He tried to push that narrative. This person bit the apple, and this person pushed the narrative, and came to find out the narrative kind of bit them in the ass. What you think
Okay.
about that?
I don't know what to think about that.
Nah, well, I don't want to say that person's name, but
I got you. I got you. You don't have to.
yeah. So that person tried to push that narrative. Come to find out, it did not go as it planned. You know
Right.
what I mean? So I'm like, damn.
I have an idea of narratives being changed and modified to fit someone's agenda. I've seen
Mm-hmm.
it happen, and
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it blow up in others' faces, and the truth eventually falls out.
Yeah.
Um, you know, but yeah. So as YM mentioned, that there is a level of trust that some people give out. I myself have done it. I'm
Mm.
not totally locked in a closet and nobody know who I am, where I am, whatever else. I'm not saying that I'm fully protected, but
Mm-hmm.
we do let our guard down because sometimes we do feel comfortable with some people and comfortable with conversations in the background and
Mm-hmm.
um, but definitely when it happens, I'm always thinking about, man, if I gotta be careful
Mm-hmm.
with what I say, because if this comes out in the wrong light, I could look a certain way.
Mm.
And I'd rather be more careful now. I hate the fact that I have to do that though,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because it defeats the purpose of being, I guess, I know we're all YouTube friends, but I
Nah.
mean, you got your homies, right? I know y'all
Yeah,
talk
yeah.
about things that y'all talk about in y'all chat, y'all text, y'all whatever else.
No, facts.
You don't even think about who else is going to read it because you're just like, nah, it's just between you and me. We good, right? I
Yeah.
said this, you said that. But I feel like it's going to be self-defeating when people if this is going to be the norm where people keep sharing all this information and putting all this stuff out and telling people that oh, we're good, and then the moment there's a disagreement, now you're sharing all the personal stuff. At some point people are going to stop sharing. people are going to stop sharing. It's like, why would I even put myself in harm's way like that? I mean, if you've been burned one too many times, that's one too many times.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
No,
a brother. I'm sorry, you had something to say?
no, no, no. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. No, I
Yeah,
was agreeing with what you were saying.
yeah. It's crazy situation. So, a brother of a certain age says,
Hmm.
"I'm good with being who I really am. What people do with your information says more about them." Dead
That's a
on,
fact. That's a
dead
fact.
on, man,
That's a
dead
fact.
on.
I like that word. Repeat that one more time. I like what you did.
Okay.
Repeat
Uh,
that.
a brother of a certain age says, I'm good with being who I really am. What
Mm,
people do with your information says more about them.
man, that is so. Yo, he hit the nail in the coffin. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's a true statement there. That
Yeah.
is a true statement because
Mm.
it shows their level of if they're trustworthy,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if they're already digging it up, that means they didn't have it, and they're. I mean, it's like, why are you even looking it up unless you're going to do some goofy stuff? Like, why even bother? And if you want to hurt me that bad, it falls in line with that anonymity. Sometimes it's up. You don't know where I am, but I'm gonna find out where you are, and I'm gonna trash your name, and I'm gonna do this, that, and the other.
Mm-hmm.
People think that protection on this internet is purely, it's anonymous. No, it's not. Anybody can be touched, people. Anybody.
Yeah, anybody could be. Man, look, if an animal could be touched, a human could be touched at any time. You know.
Yeah, I definitely am not a fan of it, Mike. I know you're not a fan of it either, Mikey.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No,
Um,
no, no, no.
so you don't care to be anonymous? Could you give your actual name? I mean, like I said, I would love, absolutely love for people to know who I am, and I would love to be able to share that information. But I just don't trust people. Like
Mm-hmm.
it's like it could be 80% people out there that won't care who I am, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it's that little maybe 3% of the people that's like, oh, I want to find out just so I can f his world up because of a
Yeah.
disagreement. Like, really, is it
You
is
know,
it that serious?
people who do that, they'll be like, you don't got nothing else better to do with your life. You know, go to
Well, as
Bahamas
as
or
as a
something. You
brother of
know.
a certain age said, it says a lot about them.
Yeah, that is true. No, true stuff to that.
Okay.
Cause me personally, I don't got no time to look people up. I don't have no time for that. Cause I don't want the how can I say is the not the backlash, but the calmer type stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I don't want that shit. I really don't want that. So, you know what I mean?
So I definitely don't want to make it seem like the concept of de-individualization is a negative
Mhm.
thing because it initially carried that for me. When I was reading about it, learning about it, I'm like, man, this is crazy. But I know this world. I know this world until I, just dug a little deeper and realized, wait, it's not just negative. We do it all the time. We
Mhm.
we actually are part of when we're in a group, we do share a certain sense of responsibility. I myself I'm trying to create that right now as we speak. I'm trying to create that pocket of um I definitely want to own everything that I do. I own everything that I do.
Mhm.
I think I do anyway. I try to make sure when I move that it does not contradict for the most part what I want to do. Now, I've had a moment like Binary. Binary's been on record to say so many times that I was going in a different direction, and at some point he woke up and was like, I can't be this. I can't do this. It's fun. Don't get me wrong. It's fun. It's fun as hell sometimes. It's
Mhm.
to just get in deep like that. But if that's not your nature to do that, or if you don't feel comfortable doing it, sometimes the fun it sort of burns itself out. So I've seen him catch a little heat for just turning around and going the other way. Like, some people are asking, like, why didn't you go at it? Why didn't you go after? I get it now why he's, certain things he would stand down on. I get it. I get it. There's certain things I stood down on because of that exact reason, that I just don't feel like it fits my pocket right now. I'm trying to go in a different direction because I felt like I was heading somewhere that I know at the end of the day, that's not where I want to be. No. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying anybody out there that wants to go that route, don't do that. Do whatever you feel is natural to you. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just sort of speaking my truth here. Just putting it out there for where I've been, what I'm doing, what I'm about, how I move, and making sure I get a level of consistency just for myself. This is therapy for me. Somewhat, I get to speak what I'm saying, and people are listening. And if they disagree, tell me you disagree. We can have a conversation. I'm okay with it. I'm not taking it personal because you disagree. Hey, you think what I do musically is shitty? Okay, we can talk about it. I'm okay with that. I've taken so many pieces of criticism from all the negative comments that I got that I knew the next time I would drop something, okay, well, you can't say that this is a problem. Like, initially, and just going a little further with it, I got a lot of flack for sounding like a white guy in the beginning of what I was doing with the music, or sounding like I was reading. That was a lot. I had more than one person come in and say that. So then I started working on just delivery because I knew that was my weakest point. But I could have easily said, F you to anybody that don't like it, or F anybody that don't agree with what I'm doing is right. And I could have done that.
That's true.
But I didn't see that as a building block for myself.
You know what? I'm not going to hold you. I feel the same way. Right? As somewhat, right? Okay, I'm going to put it like this. What you think about me being in this YouTube world? Like, give me your best opinion about me.
About you?
Yeah, since you know me so far.
So I like to be honest, Mikey.
Just be honest. Be honest. Keep
No, it's not a negative thing, actually.
Yeah.
I think you bring a level of fun that nobody else brings, man. Like, it's just, if I could bottle it up and just pull it out whenever I feel like it's like a certain kind of comedy. It's like a certain kind of comedy, but the weird thing is you're not even trying to do it. It's just what you do. And a lot of times I'm sure you're hearing people giggling and laughing. I know some people are, laughing at you because they feel a certain way about it. But at the same time, whether they're laughing at you or with you, it's still comedy. It's still a level of material and content. If you could figure out how to deliberately capture that, I don't know what your lives are like, because I know you do some random lives here and there. I never get to catch anything you do live because I don't even know if you have a schedule. I don't think you have a schedule.
I go randomly, I just go randomly. Or sometimes I do a schedule. I put like a word. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But go ahead.
Yeah. So I mean that is my initial opinion of you. Like when I first met you on was it Max's? I think it was Max's.
Yeah.
You and Binary, I think I met on that one of those lives. Very, very early on. This was before, I think this was even before Smoke. Like this was way before that.
Yeah.
Not way before, but it was before that. So I noticed that you would pop up on Max's channel a lot, and I'm like, who is this guy? And so I'm not gonna lie. One time you said something, and I'm like, either he's deep as hell or he's high as hell. Like it was whatever you said was like, damn, that was deep. But at the same time, does he know he just said what he said? But then I see you on other lives, and it's more of a, I guess people take you as more of like a playful, you laugh, you joke, you do different things. And even we vibed on Stars episode when we were, that late night we were doing with the,
facts.
people snoring on the line. That was a phenomenal one. That was a phenomenal one. Star, if you're listening, please snag that segment and release it because it's hilarious. I think Mikey was in a whole new element because it was. I actually tried to keep you on a theme though. That was hard, Mikey. That was hard.
Okay, what it is with me is I could be a real good comedian. It's just I don't know how to let it out like that.
Right,
You know what I mean? Because
right,
what it
right.
is I pay attention to a lot. So by
Hold,
me,
hold that. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't catch YM's message here. I apologize.
mm-hmm,
The only time I got into someone's life on YouTube was when I wrote an email to Binary School to support him. Wow. I just couldn't stand the crossover of effery or fuckery. I'll say it. Why not? We're all adults here.
mm-hmm.
People shouldn't mess with employers. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
facts.
I agree. I agree. Under no circumstance other than for the true protection of someone's well-being, not this pseudo, he's harming children. And it's like, well, how is he harming children? Well, I don't know, but he's harming children, that
Mm-hmm.
I hate that narrative that like these made up. This is why I contacted them because I was actually fearful that a child would get hurt or a child. Really? Is that why you did it? Like we all
Mm-hmm.
know why you did it.
Correct.
But hey, YM, I commend you. Great. I mean
Mm-hmm.
that is a great statement.
Yeah.
You actually got involved in a more positive light. Sorry, Mikey. I
No,
don't know if you
no,
were saying something.
no, facts. But like I was said, like I could be a good comedian, but by me trying to take it out, it's kind of hard. Not too hard, but I gotta be comfortable where I could really just joke my ass off. You
Right.
know what I mean? Because I get stage fright. No cap.
Yeah, you did get stage fright that night, though, Mikey. But we worked it out, though. We worked it out.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
We
Because
worked it out.
yo, truthfully, when I was a little kid, man, they try to force the kid to go to the stage in the school and try to say some stuff. I'm like, nah, I can't do
Oh,
it. And that kind of stuck with me a little bit. I'm like, yeah,
okay.
I can't go up to that stage. It's just,
So the Al show's in the house. What's up, the Al show?
mm,
He says it's a matter of online common sense. One should keep their private lives offline. It's safer.
mm,
Yes, and it's for me. It's bittersweet because
mm,
part of me, and that might be because of just how I move in the real world. Is I would love people to just know who I am. You know what I
mm,
mean? Even if you don't know me, look me up and we converse, we can build, we can do whatever. Like that part of me so wanted it to be that. And when I realized that it wasn't, it's like, damn, like I can't that part of me that like part of the reason why I even joined all this stuff. Like I love the idea of just coming together doing certain things.
How about
But
this one? How about this quote? What if people don't know the other side of you and you just let them know who you are?
you mean
You
like now?
no, not now, but like let's say people take you as a joke, but at the
Right?
same time you switch your whole vibe and you let them know who you is. Like, yo, I'm not that kind of person. We could joke, but I'm not that person that you think I am. You know what I mean?
Well, it's kind of hard to find out who people really are because there's a lot of people that are in character mode.
Yeah. Like we could joke
There's
around all day and this and that, but don't try to say some crazy shit out of pocket. Because
right,
I will check you. You know,
right. Now, see, now that's where it can get ugly, right, Mikey? Like that could
that's true.
that's because I mean we both know
Mm-hmm.
certain people ain't gonna do a damn thing on the streets.
No, no.
It's just, and I don't want to come off as like this moral police because I'm not. I'm part of it. I'm part of all of this.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, that doesn't mean I have to agree with it. Like, okay,
True.
I'm not going to be on here telling you something that I wouldn't say to your face.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just me.
Yeah.
That's just me. I really I feel like creating a persona of someone that I'm not. That's work to me. That
Mm-hmm.
is work. Like I gotta act like I'm a certain way, and it's like, but that's not who I feel like it has to be more organic. It has to be a natural feel for me. This does not fit everybody. It's just for me, this is how I like rocking. This is how I like moving. And I think some people realize, yo, yeah, he's a cool dude. Yeah, I am a
Yeah.
cool dude. I'm good with anybody, even if you don't like me. Fine, don't like me. Just don't like me from a distance. Like, you don't have to be in my face. Like, we can still, I see you. We see each other. All right, good. What's up? That's it. Like, but I don't carry no. I hate. That's not how I rock, man.
No, no, no. It's
That's not
like
how I rock.
it's like perfect example, right? You know how we in this YouTube world, right? And I'm in the back end just peeping everything. So from my point of view is okay, why this person didn't go with the Umar Johnson situation? You feel me? The
Hmm.
reason I didn't go that route, it's like saying why you didn't bite the apple. The reason I didn't want to bite the apple is just that's not my lane. You know, that's like my personal thing about Umar Johnson. It's cool, but after a while, it's like, what are you getting out of it? Talking about this man and keep on and keep on and keep on and
Oh, I didn't know if you meant what is Umar getting out of it or what
no,
people are
no, no.
talking about him getting
Yeah,
out of it.
yeah, like why people talking about it? It's cool. People could talk about it, but at the same time, it's like it's gonna get old at some point, and then
And
it's
it
you
does.
know,
It I mean, how many times people keep saying like,
yeah,
I
it's
guess
like
the idea of what Lennon's doing is like, oh my God, it's so old, it's so old.
yeah,
But it's funny because I don't think it's obvious. The same people that complain about him saying the information's old and it's repetitive,
mm-hmm,
they seem to miss the fact that he keeps losing subscribers and gaining subscribers.
mm,
So when he loses the ones he lost and then he gains new ones,
mm-hmm.
I believe that's why he keeps rehashing. I mean, I could be wrong, but I have heard him mention, like, for the new subscribers,
Yeah, yeah,
blah 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 blah. So now I understand part of why you would want to not rehash everything, but just there's going to be some points that, like, oh, I heard that already. I heard that already.
yeah.
So if you're not there for the information, I would assume the only thing left is the comedy.
That
And,
too.
and
But
you
that
know,
gets old. That gets old
that can
too.
get old too. That can
It's
get old
like
too.
it's like you keep on watching that same old channel. It's like yo, go to some other channel. It's getting old. You know.
Yeah. So Al, I guess Al and YM are going back and forth. The Al show says, what I notice in the sector is the private info, details, and data get used by others as exposes, reveals, and near doxing. This is essentially informal information warfare.
That's
Yeah, it's
because
used. It's used as a leveraging tool. Like, it's used as either you follow what I don't know. I think it's more malicious than just for a demand.
nah, it's just because they don't got nothing else better to do. I'm telling you, if you got nothing else better to do, but look up people's information, that tells me a whole lot about you. It's a whole lot, because it's like there's more out there than trying to look. Oh, let me see what he's about. Let me see this and this and that. Let me see what I could use against him. It's like, okay, you want some cookies with that? You want a prize that you looked up my information? You want a bigger prize? I could give you one. You know,
Yeah. So YM says people are social beings. You can only insinuate yourself so much. A person might share something simple like their name, location, etc. Then someone could dox or worse if they felt like it.
mm,
Yeah, that's the vulnerability of it all. And I believe Al. Um, I'm sorry. So YM had a continuation there. So yes, keep some stuff private, but it's not possible to be completely safe online with your identity. True,
mm,
true. There's always these little nuggets that we're dropping here and there in different lives. If someone actually just took the time to start digging into it, which they usually do when they want to find something, they'll find it. They'll put the picture, pieces of the puzzle together and be like, oh, look what I found. I found an address. I found a name, and I
mm-hmm.
found out a spouse, and how many children, and whether or not they paid taxes. Like, what? Why are we digging this deep? That's a little too deep. Um, but yeah. So I feel like I would love for there to be a space where we can all be relatively safe. There's no 100% safe. Let's be clear. Nobody's 100% safe on these YouTube streets. But no one's 100% safe in any neighborhood, even the good ones. But that doesn't mean it's not a good neighborhood.
No.
You know what I mean? Just because you're not 100% safe doesn't mean that it wipes out any chances of people being decent. You know? And I'm hoping that that exists. And I'm going against the grain here. I feel like sometimes when I'm saying certain things that people come back with this is YouTube. Get used to it. Have you heard that, Mikey? This is YouTube.
Yeah. I heard of it. Plenty of times.
So get used to the way it moves and get used to it. Yeah, but
Facts.
does it have to be though? Like we make what's around us. We make it what it is. That nice neighborhood is not a nice neighborhood because people wished it would be. They're doing things to make sure it stays that way. Now you might have some riffraff come in, do some things out of the norm. That's why you get people in good neighborhoods that say, "Oh my God, that never happened around here."
Yeah.
There's a level of ownership of no, this is a good one. We pride ourselves on that. And that's where I feel like, how come we don't pick that up as a general thing? How come that's not the default? How come we can't be good neighbors? You have neighbors you don't like. I'm sure, Mikey, you have neighbors you don't like, but that doesn't mean
definitely.
you go out there and kick their trash cans every time you go by your house,
I ain't trying to do all that. I mind my business.
Right.
Moving.
Why do I have to conform? Why do we have to conform to the idea that YouTube is just this horrible place? Get used to it. No, I know it has its elements. I know that. I'm not blind to that.
No. No, I definitely mind my business. You know what I mean? Real talk.
Are you the troublemaker in the neighborhood, Mikey?
Nah. And you know what's funny? Right? Where I'm at, right? It's mixed. It's a complex, but it's mixed. It's white, black, whatever. Straight mix.
Okay.
So what I mean mix is like, okay, and then I do the church thing every Wednesday, right? I give people food, from the church every Wednesday. So I kind of
that's nice, Mikey.
Yeah. I don't like saying it too much like that, but I like to see
we
people.
We need examples like that, Mikey. That's amazing, man.
True. You know what I mean? It's a big factor. I do that. So I like to see people eat.
Nice.
So I see a lot of mixed race come to the church. A lot of mixed race. So I kind of wonder, even white folks too. So I kind of wonder, like, damn, like, shit is real out here. Like, you know what I mean? You kind of see all different mixed race come and get food, and that shit,
right.
That shit gives you some type of sense of like, oh, like shit is real out here. People are really hungry out here. Even white folks too. They got no shame in their game to come and get food.
Well, I appreciate you doing that, Mikey. That's actually pretty cool.
And I don't mind feeding the people. It's a good thing. Because if I can eat good, I want the world to eat good with me.
There you go. So a brother of a certain age says, "I'm okay with being an open book because my life can be an example of what and what not to do. I just tiptoe around information that could possibly cause someone else in my life problems." That is the exact pocket I'm in. That is the exact pocket that I'm in. I would love to be an open book. It's just not smart to do that. And I would like it to be different, but I'm not going to be the example of why I shouldn't put my info out there. Especially now that I have an opinion that probably a lot of people don't rock with, or just the way I move is, if I'm not part of the effort, I am part of it. That's the thing. I am part of it.
Yeah.
I have my foot in there. Sometimes I would swim in it. It's just, I get it. So I'm not speaking from a different place here, or like from someone who's never been a part of it. I am part of it. I've been part of it.
Yeah.
And because of the way I moved, I'm still part of it. I'm not immune to it just because it was a month ago or a year ago. That's still part of my YouTube history, unfortunately. But
No, facts.
it is what it is. But you know what the crazy part is, Mikey? That's how some people know me. So it's bittersweet. Some people know me from the Lennon chat, the Cookie Crush chat, all the jokes and the stories I would tell. People know me from that, and then
I used to be
other people.
I used to be in Lenny's chat, you know what I mean? But because he he let me in the panel one time, right?
Did he?
Yeah, gotta
Nice.
check it out. You know what I mean? For real, we talked. You know what I mean? It's pretty cool. I like how he.
Do you remember the conversation, Mikey?
We was talking about Umar. We was talking about Umar Johnson.
That's not a stretch, Mikey. On the Lennon channel, that's not a stretch.
Nah, for real. You can look it up. I don't know if he still got it, but you can look it up. You know what I mean?
Man, he has so many videos. I can't find that, man. I'm not digging that deep, man. You should have it on as a link, though.
Yeah,
you should have it as a timestamp link, though, right? I mean, that's your footprint.
That too, but you see, that's the thing. Like right now, you know, I'm learning. I'm definitely learning. I can't let you know about no timestamp thing. You know what I mean? And stuff. But yeah, man. You know what I mean? But this YouTube world shit is alright. It's alright. It's just people be doing that most.
So do you feel like you are? I know you said you're free to be who you want to be online, but are you who you are? Are you who you want to be online? I told you what my first interaction with you. What is your take on who you are on YouTube?
Gamer / funny guy on YouTube.
Gamer? You ain't no gamer, Mikey.
Yeah, I'm a gamer. I game all day. You know what I mean? I game all day on my PS4. You know, right now I haven't been gaming because you know I had to take my control back. You know what I mean? Lucky he gave me my money back. You know, at the pawn shop. You know, because man, homie charged me $70 for the control, right? Come to find out, the control's messed up. I'm like, what the hell?
Damn. So, I didn't know controllers was going that high these days.
Yeah, man. So lucky I had.
We got the Al show on. What's up, Al?
What's good, Al?
Hello, how's everyone? How are you, Mikey?
Chilling, man.
Okay. I found your premise and your topic interesting because it's de-individualization. But what you're discussing right now seems to be the public aspect on YouTube versus retaining one's private life and personal life in regards to YouTube. And
yeah, it sort of shifted a little. I'm sorry.
Right. No, I think that's why I was attracted. I saw it come up and I was attracted to it. So I said, oh, I think I'll stop by. And because when you see a decent topic in this sector, you wanna, discourse. You want to have a discussion.
Yes,
so
sir.
Let me just go ahead, sir. So let me just state my observation. Right. So let me just take my observation. I'm kind of in a weird place in this sector because I am in, but not entirely in. So I'm an observer and in a sense, but I'm also have some degree of involvement. And so in the time that I've been in, which has been several months, and I didn't even know there was a sector until I was told about it. Like, sound like something out of a Star Trek show, but whatever. Here's my assessment. And if people want to disagree with me, that's fine, but you shouldn't because I'm right. But here's been my assessment.
Well, damn, Al, you're not starting out too well here.
Okay, so let me digress. Here's what I have found in regards to what's occurred that I find interesting a little, but not surprising. I saw what goes on YouTube in regards to, as you mentioned, people's private information, their private lives, their details, their personal details. They share some and it gets used against them. I saw this years ago when I first came on Facebook and I first came on Twitter. So for me, being on YouTube and doing panels, it doesn't really surprise me because I've seen this sort of thing before. But it's worse here on YouTube. I don't know if it's worse in the sector than other sectors, but it's worse here on YouTube because what I find in this sector is that if you give an inch, they'll step all over you. If you say one or two or three things about your life that people deem interesting or juicy or actionable, they will use it against you. To me, having worked in media and having worked in the news business for over 20 years, this is just common sense. And again, I have a different perspective because I come from a different profession. I come from a different.
I'm sorry. What part is common sense?
Well, what I was saying in the chat was this. There's what I find is online common sense. It's not like regular common sense. It's like online. I call it online common sense. And that is you keep to the public side of your life, whatever that is. For some people, they don't have much of a public side, but it depends on your job and what you do. Like, I don't know what you do in terms of your work. I frankly don't care. But to me, if you're going to talk about something, I think that's relevant because that's the public side of your life. What happens at home for you, that's up to you. I mean, that's the private side of your life. Some people want to share a little of that, and maybe that's okay. But my view is when it comes to being online, keep a very firm line between what is public and what is private. And the best.
I like that phrase.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I've had to do for over 20 years because essentially I had to either be trained or train myself. This is what people don't understand about me. Just to kind of debunk a few things that have been said. People have gotten mad at me because I will quote answer questions. But I'm not here to answer questions. And you have to understand, in my line of work and in my profession, no one wants to hear about me. They don't care what you think. They don't care what you want to say. Your job is to get other answers from other people. I've said this to people before, I'll say it here. My job is to ask other people questions, or was when I was a journalist. That means people don't ask you questions, and if they do, you give them, you try to say something brief, and because you're not supposed to be the story, they're supposed to be the story. I'll look at it, I'll put it this way. If you, Identity and Mikey, say I have separate interviews with both of you, and they're separate stories. The focus is on you, Identity, and you, Mikey. The focus is not on me. It's not on what I think, or maybe in writing the story, it might be a little bit that. But if I'm doing a Q&A interview, like you would see in Interview Magazine or other magazines, the focus is on you. The focus isn't on me. You shouldn't even think about me. If I'm writing an interview about identity withheld, guess what? The focus is on identity withheld. If I'm writing an interview about Mikey, guess what? The focus is on Mikey. The focus isn't on me. My byline is the only thing that matters. To the person reading the article, they don't care about the writer. They don't care about the reporter. They care about the subject. And that's what I was not only taught to do, but learned to do in my career. So that.
But understand that it's a weird thing though, and I don't agree with it. But this whole idea of finding out who people are became a oh my God, look, like it's like one of those moments. It became that, but in reality, I don't give a damn who knows who I am. I'm more worried about the ones who want to use it for malicious reasons. Which is unfortunate because I think it's a smaller piece of the smaller piece of the sector, I think. But it's so dangerous that I don't even want to entertain it because is it worth is it worth me being that free on YouTube? Like that, it goes
It's
against what I
not.
really want it to be, but that's what
Right.
it is.
See, I understand what you're saying because you're kind of being honest. You're saying, look, I'm just a guy. I don't mind talking to people. I don't mind telling them who I am as a regular person, as a guy. But I can't do that entirely because it's going to be used against me. It's going to be used as a weapon. There are people who are going to try to dox me. They're going to try to attack me. They'll do attack videos. The problem with this sector is, one, I'm just going to be blunt about this. There is no ethical guideline. There are no ethics. There are no standards. There is no moral compass. It is rather anti-standards. In fact, it's a-standards. There are no standards. And I think what irritated people about me, I can only speak from my perspective, though that is a general perspective I just stated. In my case, I think people didn't like me for various reasons, and I believe that people have as much right to dislike me as they do to like me. And so I don't get into that. But part of it was the fact that I have standards and I have a code of conduct that I go through, and I had to go through it. I can't behave in the way that people behave here, one, because I had a career and I had work, and you can't behave that way in my line of work and in my career and my profession. You cannot. And people here, I don't know what they do. I don't know their jobs. I don't know their careers. I don't know anything, right? But
The less you
they
know, the
behave
better.
in ways, some of them behave in ways that are not only, I mean, I think I said this somewhere. They behave in ways that would get you kicked out of stores, out of restaurants, out of bars, that would get you fired. And that's why you have people going to the cops, people going to other law enforcement, people calling up people's managers, people calling up people's supervisors, calling their workplaces. It's that, because that kind of behavior that people are engaging in here is the kind of stuff that gets you fired these days. You're in an era now where there is no tolerance for behavior offline, off the job. They can find out about your Facebook. They can find out about your Twitter. You say something on Twitter, you say something on Facebook, they can fire you. Here's what people need to understand in regards to jobs. This is something I had read myself like a couple of years ago. If you're an employee, you're a worker, you don't have any basic rights of free speech in regards to the job, to the company. You don't. Because your employer can fire you if he or she does not like what you said on Facebook or Twitter or elsewhere.
It's like
it's still very
hold that thought for a second. It's like perfect example, right? Like I used to work for the US Open in New York. And
Mike, you keep surprising me, man. Go ahead.
so this person, right? She used to work with us. In the job, at the US Open, you can't talk to, celebrities or whatever. So the person went and said something to Beyonce, and that day on, she could never come back to the US Open. They fired her and everything. Or some crazy stuff. Cause they was like, yo, how you talking to Beyonce like that? And she was like, oh, this, and that. And they was like, well, you know what? You're fired. Can't come back here no more. Because of what you said to Beyonce.
Well, that could be construed as bothering someone who is a high-profile celebrity or high-profile personality. You're talking about a major event, the U.S. Open. That's a major sporting event.
The thing is, they told us. They told everybody, every worker, you
right.
cannot talk to celebrities.
That's my
or
point.
Such and such and such, or you get fired. Or if we catch you taking pictures or anything, you're fired right there and then. You know what I mean?
Right. So there's they warned, like you said, they warned them, but you have to look at, that's what I say, you're never free in a job. You're never free in a company or a corporation. If you're an employee, you're bound by rules and regulations and bylaws and what have you of that company and corporation that you work for. And free speech, in many respects, doesn't exist for employees and workers. Not on the job. You say the wrong thing to a boss, you can get fired. You say the wrong thing if you are working in a store or restaurant to a customer, you can get fired.
So
It's your
so here's
speech.
here's my side to that, Al. I understand that it is disrespectful to do certain things to certain people, like the way certain people move and come after them a certain way. It's not the fact that we know what's bad. It's you're disrespecting. I'm just asking for you to respect me. Like you can move any way you want to move. Just understand if you're in my presence, respect me. If you're in someone else's presence, you respect them the way that they want to be respected. Otherwise, stay away from them.
Right.
Like this is why I keep bringing up the fact that even though it has a negative connotation of being within a group and following the norms and this, we dictate what the norm is. That's the reason why I use the idea of a good neighborhood. It's only good, well, mainly property value and price and all that stuff comes into play too. But it's not going to stay that way if the people who are living there don't hold it to a certain standard. We control it. We don't have to conform to any of that.
Right.
I mean, I've seen poor neighborhoods actually look halfway decent. Not poor, but like relatively not impoverished, but like low income housing. I've seen it like, wow, that, even though it only costs them probably like $50 a month, they still upkeep that thing. Like there's a level of pride that they have with it. So it doesn't matter, whether or not they have the money to do it or to maintain a certain level of living. They still have pride and they still bring it to the table, as even though it's not what some people consider to be wealthy or this or that, I still want to hold it to a certain standard. We all have that power, which is why I keep pushing against the grain here and not accepting it as just being YouTube.
Yeah, I think that's right. But here's what you have to understand: identity. You have to understand that, and I made this comparison to someone else, but I'll say it here. You ever heard of the show Deadwood on HBO?
I have not.
Okay, that's a Western. What the sector is like, from what I can observe, and I'm giving my observations. People are free to disagree with them if they wish, though they are accurate and they are precise. What this sector is like in many respects, since I never thought about the sector before, is like Deadwood. There is a great deal of lawlessness. And you have a situation where people will go and do and say anything against anyone. And there are no boundaries because there are no rules. Thus, there are no limitations. And there's little of a moral compass, none that I can see. That's just the way that it is. That it's anything goes. That's that they put private information out there. If you talk about your person, and people come on these panels, and people come on, at YouTube, they should have a Miranda warning. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will and can be used against you on YouTube, except for the right to an attorney. Although people do call attorneys apparently. But that's what you basically have to do with Miranda-like warning, which is what cops give to.
That's where people are hiding behind the anonymity of it. Like that's part of that. Like I can do it because what's going to happen. There's no penalty. There's no penalty. Like not no penalty, but in the general sense, there's no penalty.
Right. There's no penalty if you're a wrongdoer, because what people end up doing is they end up, in some respects, befriending the people that lied about them, or at least commingling with and talking to and treating as if it's no big deal people who lied about them, attacked them, fabricated things against them, humiliated them, embarrassed them, called them every name in the book. They treat it like it's no big deal. And you see it on panels all the time. And you see that. To me, where I'm from, if you have any integrity or any, you know, if you care about yourself as a person, you don't do that. That's why there are certain people I'm not going to be around. There's certain people here I'm not going to have anything to do with them. But if they're there and want to talk to me, I'll tell them where I stand to their face, because there is no accountability, as HM mentioned. There's no accountability. It's not accountability. There is no standard. And thus there is no law. And so when you come on, you have to be the law for yourself. It's like I'm Judge Dredd. I am the law.
I wouldn't say that there's no standard. I think there's no standard upheld. I think the standard is there. It's just people choose to ignore it. That's what I'm saying. We dictate what this is.
What's the standard? No, but what's the standard? You're saying there's a standard, but what is it?
Well, depending on what we're talking about. Are we talking about just strictly how to operate? So let me go back.
Well, I'm talking about what people do and say and how they act and behave in the sector. What's the standard? Because from what I see, there is no standard. Just like there are no ethics.
Well, this again,
it's open season on anyone.
We have standards within. We have standards within each other. Like you have yours, I have mine. As a collective, I have an idea of what it should be, and others feel the same way. They have an idea of what it is. But because they think that's what it is, doesn't mean that I have to follow that, right? So there is a standard, but there's no one true standard upheld.
Right. But the thing is, there is no standard in a wider sense. Let's view this as a microcosm, which it is. Let's view it as a mini society. It's hard, like a mini society, right? If you have a mini society, there are normally laws and rules in a society, any kind of society. In this one, there are no laws and rules. There are, from what you know, and from what I know, individuals have standards. So what they bring, like I said, when I said I'm the law for me. I bring my standards and my code of conduct to wherever I go and whatever panel I'm on. Other people have their standards. But the problem is individual standards don't mean anything if there are not a societal standard. If there's not a greater standard. If there is no law, there will be lawlessness. If there are no ethics, then everything will be unethical. If there is no morality, everything will be immoral. And that's the problem with the sector. It is lawless, unethical, and immoral because there are no standards. There are no collective standards.
Thank you for saying that, because that was exactly what I was going to say. There would be a certain move if the collective was the majority of or at least how we operate.
Right.
Because I feel like everyone joining is like, it's YouTube. Who cares? Who cares? Now, what I'm noticing now is people are starting to see certain things like, I don't want to use names, but there are certain content creators who are now saying, wait a minute, we could be doing so many other things. But what we're focused on is how people are living and what kind of car they drive. And you know, I know that has its moments. I'm not saying it doesn't have its moments. And it's hilarious. Like I said, I'm not saying I don't enjoy myself in some of those moments, right? But we still have a platform that I would say, if you go to work and you treat your coworkers a certain way, I'm just asking you to treat me that way. So what? It's YouTube. So what? If I was a neighbor, I would ask you the same thing, not because I can touch you if it got wrong. But the point is, I don't like the idea of using it as the excuse of, I'm going to talk shit about you just because it's YouTube. Well, damn. You know,
I see
so
what you're saying with
as
But
a
that.
see,
collective,
that's what they feel
collective,
because of the lack of standards. Yeah, the lack of
so
standards. And so
where
that
are the
blends into
standards
the
coming
whole
from
idea
then?
of YouTube.
Where would the
Well, so
standards
first,
originate then?
oh, well, you just mentioned individuals have standards, right? So
Yes.
what you have to find is agreement amongst individuals, right? You have to find a way to iron out some kind of code or some kind of metric of standards if you want to enforce it. See, the question is, do you want or do people want standards enforced in the sector or do they not? If they don't, continue having what you have now. But if you do, there has to be some general agreement. What I see going on is that slowly, very bit by bit happening. Look at Stefan's
Yes.
situation. That's a very good one. What surprises me is that people are speaking out. It may be convenient for them, it may be opportunistic for them, it may be just off the fly, but even some individuals are saying, look, hey, you can roast somebody, you can put them down, you can say these things, but lying about who they are and what their sexuality is, in the case of Lennon, that's going too far. That's crossing a line. That's simply wrong. And
That
when you
is true.
state that, and that's the problem Stefan is having, because he's approaching it from what you mentioned before. Oh, it's YouTube. His motto, his mentality is everyone is doing something bad. Everyone is got blood on their hands. Well,
Now I
no,
want to say something
I
about
don't.
that whole
I don't
situation with
because
Stefan.
I am the exception. But that's
Before I
beside
say
the
it,
point.
I wanna acknowledge some comments. HM mentioned that he disagrees on that. I'm not sure what part, but he mentions there are standards. When people don't abide, there's no there's no accountability. They fall back on the "it's just YouTube" line. That's exactly what you just said. And Brian Dennis, thanks for joining, Brian. Individuals create the standard. If I don't feel comfortable or don't like what I hear in a live, I can leave. If I choose to stay, how is others at fault for me feeling uncomfortable? That is a
But here's the
that is.
point.
I'm sorry.
But the point is, here's the point that I want to make. They're looking at it from an individual standpoint, and I can understand that. But we're not talking an individual standpoint. We're talking a collective standpoint. So individuals who don't want to take part in something, don't take part in it. That's what I do. If I don't like something, I'm not on a panel. I'm not in a chat.
That's a fact.
Or I'm in a chat, but I'm not in a panel.
Yeah,
And
that's a
the
fact.
thing is, it's not just about individuality. It's about collective. That's the problem. There are no collective standards. There is no sector-wide standards. How that comes about, the only way I can see it is that if people on their platforms and people in general agree to some basic aspects, that's the only way it's going to happen. Beyond that, it's up to the individual. They're going to have
So
to police themselves.
let me welcome defrauding charlatans to the panel. You can jump in once, but let me read this statement from YM. The community sets the standard. A new standard that has been set is that kids, jobs, and spouses are off limits. Calling agencies on people for no good reason is off limits. I wholeheartedly would love that to be the standard, and that we hold it account or anybody crossing that accountable. And to answer Slander God earlier, yeah, you're good over here, homie. I'm okay. Like I said, I like the fun stuff, the joking, the hate, not the hazing, but the roasting and all that. I'm good with that. I'm not trying to shut that down. But so I'm sorry. Defrauding. Hey, welcome. Are you there, defrauding?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, I don't know if his mic's out or what, but
Okay. I don't know what's going
he's
on.
unmuted.
But
Yeah.
I don't know if that standard is necessarily set. It may be one that people want, but we'll see. Again, we'll see. First of all, I didn't say that it was more lawless than the real world. I used a real world comparison, even though it was a TV show. I used a real world comparison to cite what went on in the sector. So whether it's more or less lawless in the real world, I don't know. In the real world, however, again, you have to understand there's no dichotomy here. You're human beings and you're talking into phones. So this is part of the real world. What you mean is the online world versus the offline world. That's the distinction. In a
Well,
sense, the metaphor I like is the matrix versus the burnt out hollow shell reality world. But that's just my, you know, use of metaphor. Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, I don't know if defrauding is rumbling around or what, but I
Hmm.
don't know if you have to go back out and back in, come back in defrauding, but we
Oh,
can't hear you on this end.
you guys can't hear me at all?
Oh, there you go. There
Oh,
you go.
I hear him. I hear
Okay.
him.
Hey, what's up, y'all? I was just listening, trying to figure out where I fit in at because I did miss a little bit of what's been going on so far. I'm assuming that you've already went over with the definition of what the word meant and stuff like that, right?
Yes, yes, and I do believe you have knowledge of this already.
Oh yeah. um, so well, looking outside of the sector and what's going on, one of the things I'll say is that in a normal psychology class, this has come up before. This because this is a very new study, and what happens is that it doesn't just happen in the sector, of course, it happens everywhere. Like people get into a group and they start to think to themselves that they become a part of a social psychology or basically a group or a sociology kind of environment. So what happens is if you join a fraternity, you start to think like those group of individuals that you're in. You start to lose identity of self and the responsibility of the actions that you are doing because it's all a part of the group. It's the same thing with the military. It's the same thing with just about anywhere you go that has an extreme group presence. You start to lose your individual self inside of it. And a lot of times with something like this YouTube thing, from what I've noticed anyway, is that we have real professionals on here that they're part of an extremely, I would say, prestigious type of job field. Like we got people that's in psychology in here. We got people that's inside of law. We have people that do different kinds of quality assurance. We've got all kinds of people that come from all different kinds of lifestyles, including somebody that's a lawyer. So again, well, there's like maybe two or three people that are lawyers in the sector. You don't see them participating in certain things as heavily as other people, but you do see some of these people that's in the psychology field putting down with all kinds of stuff that normally would not be looked at as, oh, that's something a psychologist should be doing or should be saying. And it's kind of crazy that that kind of thing happens because out of anybody who would understand the social psychology aspect of it, you would think it would be them, right?
Yes.
Like first and foremost, you would believe that it would be those individuals that understand what's going on here and what's being at play here. And it seems like for the most part, a lot of those people are the people that, are kind of like egging it on. They're kind of like they're acting through other people, and those other people are going out there, and what they're doing is they're doxing people, they're putting people's personal information out there and different things like that. And a lot of times from what I've noticed, the people that they're doxing aren't even doing that egregious of a thing compared to what they're doing. But at the same time, they'll get out here, put their information on blast, they'll call up their job, and then they'll start to get into the situation where that particular person's life may be in jeopardy, their real life outside of YouTube. A lot of people say that YouTube, or should I say that all of these different online platforms are part of the real life. And I would have to say kind of and kind of not. Simply because a lot of people come into the online game that are younger, like my age, through playing video games, right? So you play video games, and that's not necessarily a part of the real world. That's definitely one of those things where you come on as an avatar, you play, you have fun, you converse with a community, and afterwards, depending on what kind of game you play, you might be in a lobby with a lot of people and talk. You hear people talk smack all the time in those kind of lobbies and those kind of platforms. You hear people all the time do things that it's not necessarily something that a professional would do. But again, you're out there enjoying yourself and playing a game. It doesn't get to the point in those kind of communities like it does in this community where they start calling people's jobs and they start making sure that they're doing actual harm to a person's career or reputation outside of the internet. And that's what I was just noticing about this community. Go ahead.
No, that is a phenomenal point that we have professionals. We have professionals around us. Now, again, I have never claimed to be a psychologist. I'm far from it. I'm more logical than all get out. But, as far as like numbers and equations, and that's me. So this part of what I'm doing right now was just more of an eye opener for myself. I'm trying to figure out, as defrauding just mentioned, like, where's my place in this? And then I'm also coming in with a sense of owning part of it, not standing back and just letting the flow be the flow. Not, and I'm not trying to police it either. Most of it is just questioning, why the hell is this happening? Why is this a thing? And why are we as a collective not standing up against it? Because we all know it's not cool. We all know it's not cool. That part
So
is
you're
like we
asking
agree
questions.
on.
So you're asking
sorry?
questions. That's what you seem to be doing. You're asking questions and you're attempting to get answers. That's
Answers
what it
as
seems
well
like
as
you're doing.
revelations. This is I said it
Okay.
before. These are eye-opening moments sometimes for me, and I'm sure I'm not the only one.
Right.
I can't be the only one. I don't.
No, you're
You
not.
know what I mean? So
No, you're not.
I feel like that's where I feel like, okay, well, if I'm not the only one, then why am I not hearing someone say it? You see what I'm saying? I want. There's the title of the show, The Voice Within Organized Chaos. I want to be that voice because I know I'm not the only one
Right.
thinking.
Wanted.
I'm sorry.
Well,
What are you
to
saying?
quote Nietzsche, chaos comes order. Sorry?
Go ahead. I think you're on a little bit of a delay, but go ahead.
What was that? Okay. Oh, okay. Let me say that again. I was gonna state, as the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche once said, "From chaos comes order," and in some respects, you can see a degree of chaos. I just wanted to respond to what defrauding charlatans had to say because I thought he made some good points. I think when he mentions psychologists or a couple of them in the sector, I'm just going to provide my perspective, and this is my viewpoint, my perspective. Okay. I don't trust psychologists and I don't trust psychiatrists. And the reason I don't want to go into a disputation and I don't want to go into a declamation here about it. But I think there are very good reasons to distrust mental health professionals, not only because of their involvement with the CIA and various other government agencies in various programs, but also because of what their motives could be. So when you say they're involved in a lot of the, I'll just say tomfoolery that's involved in the sector, you have to question what their motives are. Do they have professional, clinical, and private reasons for helping to incite chaos, disorder, and mayhem in the sector? What are they trying to glean? Are they studying this? Are they using this in some way for other aspects, for clinical aspects, for professional aspects? You have to ask those questions when you see the behavior of people like that. Another thing I wanted to note, and this was a response to someone in the chat who mentioned something about Stephen. Let me respond to that. First and foremost, I noted what it appears to be the prevailing wisdom and the preponderance of evidence as regards Stephen, that he's a liar and that he was involved in efforts to lie about Lenin. So I'm just reporting what appears to be potential facts, if not facts. I have to state in that regard He invited me to his platform. I did not invite. I had no interest in his platform. So when I did the interview with him, it was at his behest and it was at his invitation. And I knew then it was a setup, but I was interested in seeing what happened, and it was intriguing what happened. But just to clarify that and to state the facts, that was what happened. Now, again, you have to understand what's gone on with this guy. People are seeing it. People are jumping to conclusions, not jumping to conclusions, but they're making assessments based on what the facts appear to be and what they may very well be. So we're not talking about my simply citing. I'm simply citing what is sort of the collective attitudes here. And that's what I was talking about, the collective attitudes. I'm not simply saying this guy's a liar because he probably is, but I'm stating what the facts are. So that's what you have to look at. And again, I wanted to again say defrauding charlatans had brought up some good points in regards to what's gone on in the sector. So I commend him for that.
Yeah, he gave
Um,
some great points.
so
I'm
Al
sorry.
just said something that was really interesting. I hate to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, 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 no. I think you're probably going to say the same thing as I'm about to say, but go ahead.
So Al has said something very interesting about trusting psychologists and understanding what their interests are and different things of that nature, right? So one of the things I've said it at least in comments before on certain people's pages at different times with psychologists and how degree programs work, right? So what happens is you find out when you go to college that there's a certain thing as a breakdown, right? Every breakdown has a different department, a department chair that sits over their board, and they have certain classes and electives that build up to the degree. You'll find that psychology is in the same field as sociology, as well as criminal justice, as well as political science. All of those are in the same degree path. And it even falls into the same lines as something like what I'm in, Homeland Security, right? So, Homeland Security happens to be built upon different things that are inside of criminal justice as well as psychology. So, I don't take psychology so that way I can be a psychologist or be a psychiatrist. I'm not trying to be a sociologist. I'm not trying to be any of those things. However, it's a part of my degree path. And the reason as to why it's a part of my degree path is you cannot be in Homeland Security and have the vested interest of anti-terrorism without understanding how terrorists think, without understanding how criminals think. You have to have an idea of how the social environment is, because these people normally don't act alone. They end up getting into groups, and once they get into groups, there's a group behavior. And that's where sociology comes in at. Psychology and abnormal psychology and things of that nature come in at understanding that these people are not the norm. They don't think like how everyone else thinks. They're not wired the same way. And there's a lot of things that's happening with that. So what happens is that you find out that when you're studying these things, that all of these things play a part in how the criminal justice system is even made up and how it's even orchestrated. A lot of psychology and a lot of what psychologists have said changed and deemed the way that laws work. And a lot of people don't understand how much of an impact psychology has on this. So again, it becomes norms, right? So there's different norms, and when you deviate from those norms, you can be seen as breaking the law. That is just one of the ways that psychology can play a part. So a lot of people have to understand that if it becomes a point as to where someone says, hey, this is not only deviating from the norms, and not only is this person considered to be sick, but this person is considered to be doing something criminal because this is violating someone else's rights. Again, all of these different job fields play a part inside of the same exact degree path, inside of the same exact career path. It's all heavily mixed in. But the thing is that again, I have to reiterate and reinstate that you have to look at the fact that as a psychologist, your professional standard should be on all the time. And the reason as to why it should be on all the time is because of the prestigious position that you hold. You hold
Mm-hmm.
prestigious position that people look up to. You hold a position that people look for you in times of their despair. it's just like being a police officer or being a military personnel like myself. You cannot sit here and be on here doxing people and putting out people's public information as any United States soldier, sailor, airman, any of that stuff, right? And the reason as to why is because you're violating somebody's rights. You're absolutely violating somebody's rights. You're also doing something that's unbecoming of the group that you're a part of. That is not a standard or an ethic or an action that the United States government can stand behind as you acting as an individual. And it's the same thing with psychology. They look at it as inside of the community, everything is fine until you act outside of your professional standards. Once you act outside of your professional standards, as you know, people try to associate your personal behavior with what you're doing in your group. They're believing, hey, this guy is over here doxing people. He's paying money to dox other people. That's all becoming of their field. That's not something that you should be partaking in. That's not something I would expect an off-duty police officer to be doing. I wouldn't expect them to be doxing people. I wouldn't expect them to be harassing people. These are things that you wouldn't expect inside of those professional fields. So again, I had to say, I do believe that Al was onto something when he stated what he stated earlier.
You
Yeah,
know, I have
I
to say,
appreciate you saying what you said because I was going to say it, but I don't think I would have said it the way you did. So I appreciate you doing what you just did. Sorry, Al.
I I really appreciate what you said in your summation, and you're reducing your sort of examination to a précis of sorts there. I really, really appreciate that. And that's why I'm somebody who can be a very straightforward, straight talking, and blunt person at times. Maybe that's not always worked for me in my life, but that's why I criticized Steve Durrell. That's why I said on a panel quite some time back, I did not know that he was a therapist or a licensed counselor. And when I found out, when his name was brought up in a conversation, I said, he does not strike me as a professional person. I was surprised to hear that he was a counselor or a therapist. Nothing about him struck me as professional. Nothing about his conduct struck me as that of a professional therapist or a counselor. And his behavior just seemed to be indicative of individuals in the sector. I mean, if I can't tell your behavior from a ruffian or a guy who is, or for some tough guy or some guy who is some kind of hard-nosed business person. Now, if he were just a business person, that would be fine. I thought, okay, that's how he is. But when I mentioned, hey, my assessment is just off the top of my head, this guy doesn't strike me as professional, he got upset. And that's indicative because you're a supposed licensed counselor and a therapist. So why would you care what a layman like me, someone who I'm a writer, why would you care what I have to say in my assessment? That was my assessment. As they say, first impressions, you can't change a first impression. So it strikes me as odd the way he reacted to that. See, when you talk about professionalism, if you're a professional, you don't care what people say about you. You can't, because if you do, you lose your objectivity, you lose your sense of guidance as a professional, and you lose your compass as somebody who has a certain amount of standards and codes to uphold. None of us are perfect people. We're all people who have our individual makeup as individuals. Some of us get mad at certain things. Some of us are happy at certain things. And some of us are more relaxed than others. Some of us are uptight than others. But in his case, what struck me as odd was the fact that you put so much emphasis on what one person you don't know has to say about you. Why do you care? All he needed to do was shrug it off, but he couldn't do it because I think his ego, for whatever reason, I'm not a psychologist. I can only
Man, I was gonna say that the ego's too big. You know,
right.
when your
That's what I think
ego's
was there.
like when your ego is big, right? They come about at a certain type of point of view, like, you know what I mean? Because there's
Right,
people on YouTube who got a
right.
big ego, and I see that.
I think
Well,
we, I
let's
think we
be
know one
clear.
of
Let's
them.
be clear. He's not the. I can guarantee you, he's not the only professional in this sector. I mean, he's one of the
No,
ones that we know
No, he
about.
isn't.
no.
But the,
No, he
the,
isn't.
the interesting part is, this is YouTube. We really don't know who we're talking to right now. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Which again, that to me leans more towards watch what the hell you say, because you don't know who you're talking to.
That is true. That is
I
true.
mean, it's dangerous in itself to assume that everybody that you're talking to, has no effect on your real life. You don't know that. It, and I'm not saying that should change people's minds of how they should move, but they should. I would definitely take it into account that why don't I just treat someone the way I would expect to be treated? Um I don't
Do
want it to
unto
be
others
just
as you
just
would
D
want them to
Durrell.
do unto you.
I don't want this to just be like, D Durrell, because I mean, his name comes
No,
up
I
because we know
understand.
what he does. I'm more
Right.
interested, Al, in the statement of not trusting just that specific profession. Like, what does that
Oh, really?
mean?
To me,
If,
or
if, if
just
you
in
can if you
general?
can do it in like 50 words.
Okay. Damn. I feel like I'm in college again. Damn.
That's crazy.
Um.
That's crazy.
Oh my God. Now, I I'm a skeptic. I'm a cynic. I'm sarcastic. So I don't trust anything and anyone. And I have reasons why I'm going to trust anything and anyone. And so when you talk about the psychology profession and psychiatry profession, I don't trust them partly because of what I know of involvement of psychologists and psychiatrists in intelligence agencies like the CIA and their involvement in certain programs, but also because of the manipulative nature of psychology and psychiatry. And also, I have to be brutally honest, and I'm going to offend some people by saying this. I don't think much of the social sciences. I have more respect for the hard sciences, physics, chemistry, biology, stuff like that. I don't think that the social sciences are invalid unto themselves. I think they have utility and they have value, but I generally don't look favorably upon the social sciences. And psychology is a social science. And as Defrauding Charlton had noted about a number of them. And so I think it comes partly from a distrust, maybe dislike of social sciences, not so much dislike, but distrust of social sciences, but also my knowledge of what certain psychologists have done. I mean, to me, a clear example is the experiment that was run on Ted Kaczynski, who wound up becoming the Unabomber when he was at Harvard, the so-called Murray studies there. And if there is ever a reason why I don't trust it or why I won't trust psychologists and psychiatrists, it's that study and what happened, what I know happened, or what little I know happened in that study. So I hope that serves as a suitable summation for you, Identity.
Yeah, I guess next time I shouldn't say 50 words. I should say like 1 minute, because
I
I
like
think
the
we
50
lost
words though.
count.
I enjoyed that. I'm a writer, so I get paid by the words. So
One of the things that Al said a second ago that I found to be a little interesting was he asked why did he get offended when they brought him into question about his professionalism. So I saw somebody in the chat say, hey, you possibly wouldn't understand and get what it's like to be scrutinized as a black professional. That's what their standpoint on that was. As a black professional, you're always getting scrutinized, and people are always saying, "Oh, I don't know if this particular person is professional." But my thing is that I noticed that as being a YouTube professional thing. Like, I don't notice that in the field. When I'm in the field with other professionals of any kind, depending on what the fields are, I don't notice people saying that somebody may not be professional just because they're black or them questioning their professionalism. professionalism is something that can be seen as soon as you enter a room with a person by the way that they carry themselves. So the way that it's broken down, at least how it was broken down to me, is it's about your first off your appearance. It's the way you're dressed. It's about whether or not you're tidy, clean. Whether or not when you put on a suit, is there a crease straight down the middle where all your buttons are aligned with the actual crease within your pants where your zipper is at. Of course, these are small things that people don't think about. They don't think about having garter straps on their shirt and it keeps your shirt straight when you sit down. It's different little things like that. It's the attention to detail with your appearance. It's about how neat you look. Beyond your appearance, it next comes into question about your actions. Do you say good evening or good morning or anything like that when you enter the room? Do you shake people's hand? Do you shake their hand firmly? Like there's different things that goes into, and then it gets into your words. What are you saying out of your mouth? What comes out of your mouth? That depends heavily on how they're going to look at you as a professional. Are you using the jargon of your particular career? Are you acting, becoming, are you going in there losing the particular slang or jargon of your neighborhood at the time that you're speaking when you're speaking to someone professionally? People look at all these different things and they also make sure that you're not double talking, where you're using language that's far beyond the level of the people that you're talking to. So, in other words, you're using different kinds of words that the layman terms person cannot understand, and most of your audience is layman terms. So at that particular point in time, you have to understand that you have to come down to a certain level in order for everyone to be able to get the information. And that is also another skill that's inside of professionalism and public speaking. But again, it comes down to professionalism. I think that at one point in time, yes, just because you were black, perhaps people scrutinized and stuff like that. However, in this year, in this day and age, I do think that people pay a lot more attention to what you say, what you've done in your career, how you present yourself, your first impression. All of these things highly matter at this particular point in time. And that's what I was just basically saying to that particular commenter because they piggybacked off of what Al had said about professionalism. Okay.
Yeah, I think
You
there's a
know,
response to you defrauding. YM says defrauding. No one has to literally say, I don't trust your expertise because you're black. It's often implicit, subtle, implied. D. Durrell is obviously a professional, so why keep questioning it?
well, I do want to state, react to what defrauding had stated. First of all, I thought your sort of strata or listing of professional facets and characteristics was quite on target and quite good. And I'll just offer my own example. I've been interviewed on a couple of shows on YouTube more recently, one this week and one the previous week. As somebody who's been a journalist and somebody who is, I guess at this point, still a professional writer, when you talk about your deportment, your dress, all of that, when I appeared on the program, I did not appear in a t-shirt and shorts. I clearly wore, well, I was technically wearing jeans underneath, but wasn't seen on camera. But what I wore was a long sleeve shirt and a tie. And the reason I did that is the dress that I used to wear when I was a journalist. I went to open collar and wearing maybe more of a shirt later on, but that was my basic wardrobe. It was wearing, especially when I lived in Seattle and LA, I was wearing a tie, wearing a long sleeve shirt, sometimes a jacket. So when you talk about professionalism, people, first of all, need to see that you're a professional. If you don't look the part, then you won't be seen as the part. And so your dress, the way you handle yourself, your behavior, the way you speak, all convince people or convict you in the eyes of people in regards to professionalism. That's the difference. Like I said, I'm no longer a journalist. I'm no longer out there with my notepad and my tape recorder out in the field. But when I'm on a YouTube show, I go and wear a tie and I wear a long sleeve shirt. Why? Professionalism. They're interviewing somebody who was a journalist. If I don't look like that, if I just look like someone who's informal, I could be anybody. Oh, here's a writer and a journalist, and I'm wearing a, I don't know, Budweiser t-shirt or something like that. People aren't going to take that seriously. And so your point in regards to professionalism is a very good one, and it's an excellent one. And it goes at the heart of not only, I'll just say Double D, it's not so much him, but it's also other people who are also not professionals. I want to make it a larger point. It's not simply about professionalism, though that's a specific point. It's also about the way you conduct yourself, the way you behave, the way you carry yourself. If you want respect, you have to show respect. But part of that comes from the way that you handle things. As I've said, I have my own standards and my own code of conduct. I act in a certain way for me, but I do not expect people to behave the way I do and to conduct themselves the way that I do, because I think that's inappropriate. Just like I think it's inappropriate to go on a panel and on a platform and tell a content provider what to do in terms of videos, or even outside of that, tell them what to do in videos. I think it's also not okay in regards to the way that you carry yourself. If you don't like how you're treated, if you think you're maligned, if you think you're humiliated and embarrassed by people because your private details have been used against you, first of all, you have to look at that person's behavior that's doing it, but you also have to look at what you did. Not necessarily against that person, but what information you gave out. Did you give out stuff that this person could use against you? Did you say something that they could use? It's not about blaming yourself. It's just about assessing what you might have said at a moment of weakness or on a panel or in the chat. So that self-assessment is very important when it comes to the sector. If you want to be left alone and not bothered, then don't put out information that will allow people to use it against you. Don't fall on your own sword or have your sword used against you.
Yeah, I would say, sometimes you don't have to do much in order for someone to attack you and to come out of nowhere on you. I would say that just us having this conversation will probably spark some people to feel a certain way because a certain name was brought up in this conversation. And because of that name, there's going to be people that's going to attack everything that was said here just because of that name, even though the focus is not on that person's name and that particular person. As I see, the focus of this was talking about how people should act within the sector, period, and how you shouldn't take your individualization out of the factor. You shouldn't just sit there and be a part of the group psychology that's going on. You should still have your own personal integrity, your morals, your ethics, all that stuff should still be intact when you come into the chat, when you come onto people's panels. All that stuff should still be intact. It shouldn't just disappear and then you become a part of a groupthink mentality. It shouldn't be like that. And I think that's what the focus of it really was. And one of the best ways to mention something that Identity Withheld said earlier, he asked, why is he the only one speaking out against it? Or why is there only a few individuals that say something? And when I was in class, they had a very good story, right? So the story was, you're sitting on a bus, and there's a bunch of people that walk onto the bus. These people are against a particular political platform. Let's say these people are Republicans, and there's people sitting on the bus, and they're liberal. One old lady, liberal, and they start profusely, right? At a particular point, individual.
I'm sorry, defrauding. Before you get too deep in it, your microphone's in and out. I want to make sure you're heard.
Got you. Can you hear me well now?
You sound all right, but it was just going in and out. Go ahead.
So you're inclined to act, right? Because this old lady is being jumped by a group of men, okay? So you can go over there and you can act and you can go do something. You can stop this from happening.
My view is very simple. I quote George Galloway, "You're not fit to judge me."
Yeah. So the idea is are you going to do something? a lot of times people assume that somebody else is going to speak up and say something. Somebody else is going to do something. That's normally what people are thinking. They're sitting there while you're saying what you're saying, identity. They're like, oh, well, see, somebody gets somebody speaking up, so I don't have to. And that's a lot of what you see. A lot of people aren't going to say anything. They're not going to come out of the shadows and come out on the front street because they see you doing it, or they expect that somebody else is going to do it. And that in itself is a part of that de-individualization that you were speaking of, is the fact that all of a sudden, because they're in this group, their behavior is, I'm going to be a bystander. I'm going to wait and see what happens. And I'm sure somebody else who represents my thought process, morals, and values, they'll step in and they'll do something about this, I'm sure. And that's a lot of what's happening, and what I'm seeing is that there's a lot of people who probably don't agree with some of the stuff that goes on in the sector, but they're kind of just waiting on somebody else to do it, somebody else to say it.
Yeah, and I agree. Yeah, I swear this is like the frauding charlatan show. He has more input on it than I do, which is great, because I'm in the learning seat right now. I This is where I'm sitting with what's going on, is when Al mentioned earlier that there are no standards. I do believe there are standards, but I feel like as a collective we could make it what it is. I know I'm not alone in this, and maybe I'm just naive and just, oh yeah, everybody ain't shit. Like I could take that narrative, I could, but that's not how I don't think that to be the narrative. I really don't. Maybe it does take somebody to say something, and then you get the rallying cry, like that's it. Whatever that is, I would love it to be understood that, like, we dictate what it is. Now, just accepting it for face value is one thing. But if you're uncomfortable with it, it's okay to say something. Now, I don't want people to think like me. You don't have to. But I know I'm not the only one thinking like this. I know I'm not. And I feel like I'm at a disadvantage if I come to someone's panel and be respectful sometimes. And to keep the same name the same. When D. Durrell came to binaries that last time, we had a little discussion like in another chat where, or just he assumed that I would attack him the moment he got on the panel. And I told him, when have you ever seen me do that on that panel? When it's an interview, it's an interview. I respect it as that. Now, we may have our disagreements. That's fine. We can hash it out later and talk trash about each other on another whatever. But understand, like, I approach that as I'm willing to respect what it is. And sometimes I almost beat myself up for that, because I feel like, why did I do that? Wwhy did I do that? Why didn't I just jump in there and just start kicking and screaming like everybody else?
But that speaks to the tenor of the sector. When you mentioned that D. Durrell thought he was going to be attacked by you, again, it's the expectation engendered by the lack of standards, by the lack of any kind of ethics, by the lack of any kind of clear mandate that says thus far and no further. So he didn't know what to expect, because you have to expect the unexpected in the sector. You may be friends one day and enemies the next. You may say something positive about somebody today and something negative tomorrow. You may be attacking someone else today and be attacked tomorrow. Go ahead.
You know who that remind me of? A certain person. He got butthurt because I was in that person's panel. Whatever's the case, and then he came and you can't come to my panel, whatever's the case may be, and he got butthurt because of that. So
I think
I
Mikey
agree with
wants
you
you to hit
saying.
that sector alert. I don't have one of those, Mikey. So I let the conversation flow as it's going to go. So I don't have a sector alert here.
No, facts,
But here's the
facts. But
thing.
it's true. It's true what you said, man. But go ahead. Go ahead. What you were saying. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, here's the thing I really appreciate it, because I don't do a lot of panels for obvious reasons. If you're aware of sector news. But here's what I really appreciate about this panel today. It's how civil and respectful and
Don't get
intelligent.
me in trouble, Al.
Well, what's wrong with that? Again,
I'm
see, this
just
is the
joking,
thing. But
Al. It's a joke, Al.
I know,
Relax. It's
but
just a joke.
here's the thing. No. I know I'm relaxed. Don't worry. But here's the thing. It's how civil and respectful and how intelligent this conversation is. There's no screaming. There's no yelling. There's no fighting. There's no F this and MF this, and you're a B and you're a C or whatever. It's four individuals conversing in a thoughtful and relaxed but informative manner. And this is the best conversation I've had in a while on a panel. It
I
really
appreciate
is.
that.
It's peaceful.
And I really appreciate it. I really appreciate this. Here's the thing, and this is the real point I want to make. This is what can happen in the sector when we get away from, I understand personality conflict. Hey, if somebody's attacked you, you need to respond back. I'm for standing up for yourself. I've done it, and other people should do it. But there should also be conversations like this, where you have a topic that's of interest. And it doesn't have to be about, I'll just say you, Jay. It doesn't have to be about others in the sector. You could talk about the sector, or you could talk about the sector, but in a way that is thoughtful and knowledgeable. And it isn't about screaming and yelling and fighting and you did this to me and you did that. There's a time and a place for that. But what I'm saying is there also needs to be a time and a place for what we're doing here, for what we're engaging in here.
Welcome to the show, Al.
This conversation is about.
Welcome to the show.
I have to say, if this is your show, then your show is quite good. I saw one episode, but like I said, I'm saying this because this really is one of the best conversations I've had in the sector in a long time.
True
it really
story.
is. And I really appreciate everyone else's input. And
Definitely. I was gonna say, one of the things that I've noticed about when you said getting into the mix of stuff and NF is this and that, I also say that I won't speak on every panel, be on every show, because I have to be real with myself and know that there's a sense of duality with me. Like I said on the last show, and I let people know, I was born and raised in the hood of Chicago. I have a very different outlook and perspective on life in different situations. And me being reconditioned to think a different way within the military and within my city career, I had to realize that, in order to be professional, I leave certain mentalities and certain pieces of that mentality behind. But of course, being inside of a uniform like the one I'm in, I still maintain my aggressiveness and my aggressive nature, and I still maintain that trigger switch where I can switch at a drop of a dime. I control it, of course, but sometimes I don't, depending on who I'm talking to. So I kind of have to check myself and remember, hey, everything's cool for me. Somebody might say something crazy to me that's a little sideways, and hey, I could woke up that day and had a little bit less sleep than normal, or I could just be angry from something that happened from the day, and it's gonna go there. And that's because that's where I come from. That's the culture I came from. I came from an aggressive city where people are dropping like flies. So I really don't play that. I really don't. So when it's down to it, when people get on here and somebody comes at me with that fake internet gangster shit, it's gonna get serious real quick. Because I really don't play that. I don't play that in the regular lifestyle. And again, a lot of people probably wouldn't know this about me, but I'd come out and say it. Well, when I went through basic training and they had to figure out who was going to be the leader of what and who was who, when it came down to it, it was me because I'm aggressive. I come from the streets. I'm raised a little different. So therefore, when it comes down to living a hard lifestyle and being in difficult situations, I'm about it. I'm that guy. So it comes down to the fact of the matter is I'm not gonna let anybody tell me otherwise. I'm not gonna let anybody disrespect me. But I also keep myself in a situation where I'm not in areas or in places where that could be in a negative predicament. Like I'm not gonna put myself in a situation where it can impact me negatively, and now all of a sudden this becomes something bigger than what it is. And I had to realize that with this sector because yeah, I had a time where that happened to me. Quickly, I saw somebody that was acting extremely out of the ordinary for what I'm used to, and I checked them right away. And I thought about it and I was like, well, I can't be doing that as a professional. As somebody that serves in the United States military, somebody who works a city job and is about to go into a whole different kind of job that's also federal, I can't be doing that. I was like, that's some stuff that I can't and shouldn't be partaking in. I need to stay away from this person. I need to stay away from this kind of chat and this kind of panel and these type of people. Because again, like I said, I really don't come from that where somebody is gonna tell me something crazy and I'm gonna sit there and go, oh, okay, yeah, sure, guy. Yeah, I bet you are that guy. Nah, man, I don't come from that. Nobody's ever came at me like that. But
Yeah.
again, that's because I normally wasn't in the internet game. I was in the real life area. You'll see that a lot of people on here that I bet you that talk greasy to people and say crazy things and calling them B's and MFers this and that. I guarantee you in real life, if they were in the same room with any one of you or me, they would sit there and they would go, oh, you know what? I'm probably not gonna say that. I'm probably not gonna do that.
You know,
Not a single time.
that's a good thing that you said that, because I feel like a lot of people's like that on the YouTube. It's a
Yeah.
lot. It's a
Right.
lot. It's a lot.
I would
You know what I
agree.
mean?
I would agree. And
Mm.
here's the thing. What I noticed is somebody had mentioned in the chat that when something happens, you can't be silent. You got to speak up. And
Mm.
that has been one of the basic policies that I've had in the time that I've been in the sector. And I think a lot of people don't understand is that if somebody lies about me, which they have early and often,
Mm.
I respond to the lie. I fight fire with fire. I fight fire with water. So it's
Mm.
about rounding it out. And so I respond. I get on a platform and I say, this isn't true. This isn't the case. And I let people know. I don't stand back and allow individuals to lie about me. I don't allow people to try to make up fantasies, and fabrications. I get out and say, this is a fantasy. This is a fabrication. It's not bounded by facts. There are no facts here. It's fiction. And for some reason, I don't know the reason, but one of the weird things I find about the sector, and this is my observation, is that people don't like individuals who do that. And that's one of the reasons they dislike me, because I'm not a mat. I'm not a rug. You're not going to walk all over me. They don't like people who stand up for themselves. They don't like people who refuse to be cowed, who refuse to give in. They just don't like that kind of thing. They're offended by it. It just really works them, because it's not because I think people are bullies in the sector. I think it's the opposite. There are people who may have been bullied and now feel like they can get even by lashing out at other people, by going after other people.
I
A
think
real
it's
bully,
along the lines of what defrauding said. If it was in real life, you wouldn't say that because there's consequences if you say that in my face.
right?
So you remove
Yeah,
that,
that
and
is
then
true. That
there's
is
like
true.
these keyboard warriors, and
Mm.
hey, I can't say it enough. We have something that we're dealing with right now,
Mm.
as far as what the collective is, what the norm is, what's being set in this sector,
Mm.
as far as how we treat each other. And
Mm.
I can't say it enough. Forget that it was YouTube. How come we can't treat it as if you were sitting on my living room couch and we were having a discussion? Would you change the way you talk to me out of respect? That's the respect I'm
Ooh, that's
asking for. That's it. That's
mm.
it. Just respect it. Not
Yeah.
because you think I might whoop your ass or nothing like that. But I mean, that could be a level 2.
It's
That's a
like
real life thing.
it's
Everybody
like
has
it's
that.
like look, peep this, right? I don't want to change it a little bit, but I want to say this, right? I know people in the sector, right? Whatever, feel feel something about me, like who's this person? Why he always going people's panels? What can he bring to the table? I could
Mhm.
see that happening. You know what I mean? But I don't say nothing.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I could see that happening. Oh, why you always let this person, or you know what I mean? Because I could see that. With people in the YouTube world, like, yo, why you this and that? You know what I mean? In the back end, that's how I feel at times. You know.
Well, here's when I look at what goes on in the sector.
Hmm.
Again, I can only speak for me. I lean
Hmm.
on my inherent sense of discipline and of standards. There's things I don't do and have never done, and there's a way of behaving, and that's what I think has uh, allowed me to stay in good stead in this sector. There are a lot of people who don't like me, but
Hmm.
as I mentioned before, they don't like me because I don't behave like them. And you find that in groups, and you find that in organization.
That's
If
that's
you
what you
stand,
call that's what you call you don't bite the apple. You could say.
Mhm. That's a
You
good
know
way
what
to
I
put
mean?
it.
Now, is that the reason why you hear why people don't like you, Al? Like, is that what people
That's
tell you?
my No, it's my assessment because I'm digging deeper. I'm not listening to what people are saying. I'm assessing deeper, and so I'm somebody who does things a certain way. And
Mm.
when you do things a certain way, you're going to stand out, and you're going to be seen as different. Since I came into the sector, I was seen as different, and it had nothing to do with what I said or anything. It just came down to how I was there. I was interviewed on a show. I came in, I was responding to lies that other people were telling me. I didn't come in as you did it, identity or defrauding or miking, just a
Mm.
regular person. I came in as somebody people found out, okay, this person. And so you're already a target. You already have people who don't like you for whatever reasons. And so it's not like I came in, I was a regular person, and all of a sudden people did what they did. So I'm somebody who's used to being a target. I was prepared for it. I was ready for it.
So
This
I
so
think
is
other
let's
people
let's
aren't.
let's let's go back and go with one word that was thrown around earlier:
mm,
accountability. So I know people have had opinions of me and they've said it, and sometimes I agreed with it. I'm not. I try my best to remove my personal, like, my feelings out of it and saying, well, how much truth is in that? Are they saying that because it's true, or is it because they're mad? So it sounds like you're saying everyone who said anything about you is just all mad. Is there any truth in anything that people said about you that you feel like, yeah, you might be on to something?
No, because I don't know precisely what people have said about me.
mm.
Well, I asked you, did you? And you
So
said
you can't
yes, you do
speak.
know.
What was that? No,
I,
I
I
don't
thought
know
I
what
asked. I thought I asked
everyone
like
has
5 minutes
said.
ago.
Right, but I don't know what everyone has said. Maybe one or two people, or maybe a few, but I don't know what everyone who doesn't like me has said. And it's probably impossible anyway. So all I can do in regard to that, my view is, like I said, I've been on Facebook and Twitter for years. And my assumption has always been that the behavior in the sector, at first I wrote it off as internet behavior. I thought, okay, I've seen this on Twitter, and Twitter can get very volatile. Trust me. I had back and forths with right wingers and conservatives on Twitter years ago. So I know what a slugfest and what a minefield Twitter can be, what a battlefield it can be. But so I wrote off what I saw in the sector as just internet behavior, as just typical unjustified and distasteful behavior. But more recently, in viewing this, what I've come to realize is that it's not acceptable behavior, but it's continued because the lack of collective standards and the lack of you have individual standards, and people enforce those standards on their platforms and they enforce it for themselves. But there is a lack of overall standards and ethics in the sector. And so the problem is how to, I mean, the only thing that I've mentioned here is people in some way agreeing to certain kinds of maxims or dictates and leaving it at that. I mean, I think that's the closest you're going to get to that. Beyond that, it's up to everybody. You have to be the judge for yourself and how you deal with others. And when it comes to people in this chat and elsewhere, when it comes to me, I quote George Galloway, the former MP. I say, you're not fit to judge me.
Well, I can tell you this, Al. You might be a little older than me, but I mean, I don't know. But either way, I can tell you that sometimes insults are lined with constructive criticism. If you can see past the anger that somebody might have, there might be some truth in it. But which is why I try not to involve the feelings, because that sometimes can turn off completely anybody that's saying something to you. But some people do have constructive criticism of what they see. When Mikey asked me what I felt his moves are, or what he is on YouTube, what I see, I was honest with him that, I feel like there's a level that he brings that I don't even think he realizes he's bringing. And it's a level of comedy that I don't think anybody else does it like Mikey. When he gets on, we know what we're going to get. So my job is to try and wrangle it sometimes and keep it in a certain pocket, which is tough in itself. But Mikey has that footprint. For you, Al, I don't know what you think your footprint is, but I'm not sure it's aligning with the opinions of the masses. And I'm not saying everybody hates you, because everybody doesn't hate you. But there is a level of opinion when you speak. Sometimes the chat sort of moves a little when you're talking, and to me that tells me that either they're not rocking with what you're saying every time, or I don't know, it could be some disdain for you too. So
right. But here's the thing that I want you to understand and others to understand. I don't ever focus on whether people like me or not, or whether they dislike me or not. That's none of my. What a person thinks of me is none of my business, and they are entitled to dislike me or hate me, just as they are entitled to like me and love me.
Just be honest. Just be honest.
Right? I am being honest.
No. I mean, like in general, like people has to be honest with other people. Like, look, this is the reason why I don't like you. And
right.
This is the reason why I like you.
Right.
So just be honest.
When I was saying before, like, I don't know why everyone does or doesn't. It's none of my business. Again, my feeling is you are as entitled. I've always felt this my entire life. You're as entitled to dislike me as you are to like me. And I think it's none of my concern to dictate to anyone their feelings for me. They have right to feel however they want. A person who, so I never deal with people in that response. You look at the chat here, people are saying all kinds of things to me, but I only respond to maybe one or two things that have validity because I feel I have to. The rest, I don't. So you don't, the difference is, and that comes from personal discipline. I'm not Asian. That's pretty clear. I'm biracial, but I'm not Asian. But a long time ago when I was a kid, I read Japanese and Chinese history and learned a bit about those cultures. And one of the things that I learned that I kind of bring with me now is a concept called face. So saving face, losing face, that. I use that. So for me, the things I've done in the reason why I behave the way I do, carry myself the way I do, and do things is I don't believe in losing face. I believe in saving face, or in making sure I have face. And people will agree with that or disagree with it or feel it's inaccurate, however they want. But that's my modus operandi, partly. So
I'm sorry. Okay. I'm just my bad, man.
Yeah, I see it too, man. It's funny. It's some comedy in here, Al. So sorry.
Okay. I just thought you thought that was funny or something. I was like, it strike me as funny, but
no, like I said, like I said, when you come to a panel and you speak, there's a. I know you feel like you may be getting attacked, which yeah, I would say
Yeah, but my
it's
feeling is,
how much.
what's
Well, let me go back. Let me go back. You mentioned earlier that you come as you are, but when you come as you are, what does that actually mean? And it may be different than what you actually bring. Does that make sense? Like you can feel like you're coming. I can feel like I'm doing something right now, and I might be doing something completely wrong. Unless someone tells me, and I'm already on that mode of, well, I think this is a good thing for the collective, and someone calls me out on it, then I'm going to reject it or I'm going to accept it and say, well, let me see if there's any validity in what they're saying. I think you've
I
had
see your point.
enough of an opinion of you on these chats. Now, I'm not saying they're right or wrong, but I'm just wondering, how is it so different from what you feel if it's so common? Like, outside of the jokes about the walking and all that other stuff. I apologize. I'm part of that too, Al. It's just funny to me. But other than that, how is that so different? Because you're saying that you come in with a certain level of professionalism, and I think a lot of people beg to differ.
Well, I don't come in necessarily with, well, I mean, I made a point about professionalism. I'm not a professional anymore. I'm a professional writer, but I'm not a journalist anymore. So I don't have to come in as a journalist. I mean, if I was a journalist, there's no way I'd be on panels like this. Simply no way, because it would look bad. Because I'd be, my kicking butt and, telling people, kicking ass and taking names. That kind of attitude, it might go over in this media age, but it might not work with, my overall image as a freelancer or as a journalist. So if I were still a journalist today, there's no way I'd be on panels on YouTube. But that having been said, it's not about professionalism per se. It's about my sense of my discipline and my standards. I bring my standards and my discipline, and I bring that. And what I bring is who I am, like anyone else. You bring who you are, Mikey, defrauding charlatans. Again, my point is this. I don't waste my time with what people think of me personally. That's not my business. I think you're entitled to dislike me and hate me. Right.
I like that word.
Again, you're entitled to dislike me and hate me however you want. I'm not telling you how to feel and what to feel. I ignore it. And I think that's part of what goes on. People want attention. They want to be attended to. They want to be, they don't want to be ignored. They want validation. They want acceptance. And I frankly don't give a damn about validation and acceptance. I don't care about those things because I've been working for over 20 years by myself, for myself as a freelancer. So all I need is me. I rely on me. I never had anyone who's had my back, just me. And when you know how to do that, and when you've been in that situation, you trust no one and nothing. You're able to have to do things yourself. So what do I care what people think of me? What do I care what they say about me, so long as they're not lies? If you're lying about me, then I will respond and I will make sure you're dealt with.
How
But
can
if
I
you're
put it? As
not,
long as I'm gonna put it, as long as they ain't putting, not putting, as long as they ain't feeding you or paying your bill, don't really care.
right, precisely. That's a very good way. So it seems like people want, again, validation, acceptance, and attention. They want their views, exceeded, spotlighted. And so when they say something about me, they're trying to get attention. It's not simply how they feel. They're entitled to how they feel, but it's like, oh, what I say about him matters. You know what? It doesn't. I don't care about it, and I don't need to care about it. Like I said before, quoting George Galloway, you're not fit to judge me. When you've done what I've done, and when you've had a career, and when you've had a profession, then you can talk about me. Then I might
Careful,
listen to
Al.
what you have to say.
Careful, Al. Some people are professionals on here. Be careful.
No, I understand that, but what? So it
Sorry.
wouldn't apply to them. It would apply to others. But that's when I say, like, when you are in a position to say something to me, then maybe I'll listen. But you never bother with critics. You never bother with detractors. I learned a long time ago. Never listen to what other people think about you. It's a waste of
Woo! That's a
time.
nice word. That's a nice word right there.
That's why people have all these, you see a lot of insecure people in this sector. All these people, they want to be friends with others, and that's understandable. We all need friends. They want validation, they want acceptance. And I go, I don't want validation from someone who will dox others. I don't need acceptance of someone who will lie and say somebody is a certain lifestyle when they're not. I don't need the beneficence, and I don't need the good well wishes of people who are engaging in dishonest, disreputable, and inappropriate conduct. I don't. So, like I said, you're entitled to believe whatever you're entitled to feel however you want about me. But I've always ignored it because that's what I've done with anyone. It just
And
doesn't make sense.
ignoring it, you
That's the thing
have,
about the center I
Al.
don't understand. I just don't. Why do people care what other people think? They should care what they say and respond to that. But what they think and what they view, I don't care. It's irrelevant.
I said it. Well, I wouldn't say irrelevant, Al, because I said before, if 10 people are saying the same thing, and I'm not saying they are, I'm just speaking in general terms, just man to man. If 10 people are saying the same things, you have to at least look at it for some sort of validity. And what is it that I'm bringing to the table that gives it that? Like, I'm not a fan of just outright just saying, oh, F the world and what they think of me. Well, if that were the case, then you wouldn't dress the way you dress, you wouldn't do your hair the way you do your hair. You care what people think of you. You care, but are you just only listening to the
Actually, I
people that
don't.
agree with you?
No, actually, I
And
don't. I
you know
don't care
what? You
what
don't
they
comb
think.
your hair?
I only care what they say because that's why I respond to lies. What they think is not my business. What they say is my business. If you're
Well, I don't
saying
think
something that's
a
not
lot of
true,
people have a lot to say. I don't think it's just in their minds, Al. I think they really putting it out there.
like I said, I see where you're coming from. You're trying to be a fair person in how people assess you and how they look at you and how they judge you. And that's admirable. I think that's fine. But I'm a different crop of person. I'm a different guy. And a lot of people aren't used to me. That's what they aren't. So they go, well, this guy is disrespectful. Really? Coming from people who show no respect to people on platforms, who call them every name in the book, who demean them, humiliate them, and attack them at will. And you're going to say, and I, a person who have never done any of those things, you're going to say I'm disrespectful? If I'm disrespectful, then I will remain disrespectful. I'd rather be disrespectful in that fashion than be
It's like
respect
me,
and
right?
show absolutely no respect.
It's like me, right? I could be
Mhm.
disrespectful in the way I could be like, look what this person's saying, look what this person's doing in the YouTube, look all this crazy shit. You know what I mean? But I chose not to go that route because it's gonna bring nothing. It's gonna bring nothing but negative. So the route I choose is stick to my own lane. I don't
Right.
want to be like everybody else. Oh, look what this person is doing. Look what this person's saying. Look what this person's wearing. Or all this. I want to say women. I mean, not women, but because certain people be on their panties on this YouTube.
Yeah.
About
That's what I
this and
hear all
about
the
that,
time.
about this and about that and about this. It's like, yo, it's like I'm listening to women gossiping. You
That's a
know?
very good point. I didn't put it that way, but some people
Hey,
seem to engage in that kind of gossip. And not everyone,
Yeah.
but I mean, you could talk about the sector, and I don't think
I'm
talking about
sorry.
the sector is
I'm
gossip.
sorry. Did you have something to say, defrauding?
Hey, Al, I'm about to interject in real quick and just
Mhm.
speak to you about something really quick. It's gonna go directly towards you. Now, don't take this as an attack or anything else like that, but I'm gonna try to explain this in the best way I can. Here's what I have to say about the whole public perception, right? So,
Mhm.
yes, that's true. Mentally, you shouldn't care what people are saying about you or thinking about you within reason. So, in other words, we have to remember that when people are looking at you, sometimes perception is reality. If they perceive something to be a certain kind of way because you're doing something to give them that perception, it then becomes reality to those people. So it's not just about what they're thinking and sometimes what they're outwardly saying. There's a certain amount of things that you can do. And if you can constantly hear the same statements come up and the same assessments of different things that you're saying or the way you're behaving, and it's constantly coming up, we have to take the common denominator in the situation. The common denominator is it's something you are doing or it's you. And I'm not saying that you're a terrible person or I'm getting on what they're saying and agreeing with what everybody's saying in the chat and all that. But what I am saying is that there is a common factor there. There is a time where you should kind of listen to what people are saying and try to assess the situation and find out what is that common factor that they keep saying and what is that thing that I keep hearing that keeps coming up. And then you do a bit of self-reflection. And I think one of the problems is that people are not hearing you say that you're doing that self-reflection, that you're actually thinking about what they're saying and taking it as, hey, am I doing this? Am I saying this? Does it seem this way every time I get on a panel? Like, just you acknowledging it and giving it time of day to sit there and reflect will go a long way. But what's happening is instead of you accepting it as far as listening to what they have to say and then assessing it publicly and self-reflecting, what they hear out of your mouth is I don't have to care, I don't have to think about it. And what it comes off as is, I hate to say it, it comes off as, man, fuck what y'all talking about. That's the way that people are taking it. They're taking it as if you're saying, forget everything they're talking about. You ain't trying to hear that. They're ignorant. They don't know what the hell they talking about. And it's that particular attitude and that particular thought process that's off-putting to people. They're hearing you say this, and then it makes them feel that you're even more arrogant, that you feel like you're so much more above them, that their mere comments and their mere thoughts doesn't mean shit because they're worthless. All of their comments, their lifestyle, the way that they live, everything. And that bothers and bugs people in a way. If you understand what I mean. If you were hearing somebody say
I
that every time you say something, man, fuck that. That guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He's ignorant. He's a fool. That's going to rub people the wrong way. And that's what I'm saying now, if you understand and get my drift.
Here's how I will respond to that. As I said, I have a basic policy. I do not. My view is, for whatever personal reasons that people don't like me, that's their personal reason. I don't think it's any of my business because I'm not a salesman. I'm not here to sell people on me. I'm not here to try to, because that's phoniness. I'm not a phony. What you get is what you see. And
Mm.
I'm somebody who doesn't concern himself with the personal reasons or feelings of other people because I think that's inappropriate. However you feel about me and however you think of whatever you think about me, if you want to say it in the chat, that's fine. I never get mad at people for attacking me in a chat because I think they have their whatever they feel is their reason for it. So I ignore it. And I feel and that's the proper way to do it. I don't listen to what other people have to say about me because I think that's not my concern, nor is in my place. I don't think that's proper because they have as much right to dislike me as they do to like me. And if you feel that people have a right to like you, then you must also feel logically and fairly that they have a right to dislike you. So I feel people are entitled to dislike me, they hate me, whatever. I think they have that right. And I don't wish to convince them otherwise, because it doesn't matter what I say and it doesn't matter what happens. Since I came in this sector, I've been a target and I've responded. And that's what matters to me, is that I make sure that the truth is stated and the facts are out there, and people will take it however they want.
So
Once
let
you
me
put that out there,
let me put a cap on this one, because you know, we could probably go back and forth all day with this one. But
yeah, I know.
What I'm reading is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Al, but it sounds more like, you know, fuck the opinions of others of me. I have my own, and that's what you stand on, and that's fine. That's your choice.
Well,
I'm
let me
not
just actually, well, I just want to correct that. My view is not F the opinions of others. It's you have a right to your opinion. I don't want to change your opinion. It's what Voltaire was alleged to have said. Will disagree with what you say, but I will fight for your right to say it. My point is not F other people's opinions entirely, but you have a right to your opinion. You have a right to dislike me, just like you have a right to like me. I'm not going to try to convince you that you are wrong in disliking me, nor will I try to waste my time in trying to somehow sell myself to you. That, I think, just doesn't work. People try to do it in the
I don't
sector all
think
the
it's
time.
selling. I don't think it's trying to sell yourself as something that you're not. You are who you are.
Well,
Like,
I
and
think
some
that
people
is,
may.
but it is. I see it in the sector all the time. What I'm saying is, I respect people's right to dislike me. That's the point.
Okay.
I don't
Okay.
dislike that. I mean, it's not that I like people that dislike me. It's just that you have a right to do so, and I respect your opinion on that. That's the point.
Here's an alternative, and I'll leave it here.
Okay.
The response that you gave defrauding could have easily have been, "I respect your opinion. Thank you," or anything along those lines. It does come across, and as obvious, as honest as I was with Mikey earlier. I mean, I did speak what I felt about Mikey. Wasn't negative, but for a conversation between you and me, or you and defrauding, whatever else, it does come off as dismissive, as if my opinion of you is not valid, period. Not just valid because you don't accept it. It's just not valid. Like, whatever you're saying is just not even worth the time to even. That's the way it's coming off sometimes, and I think that's what people are picking up on. And when you bounce around at different panels, that's the footprint that's being left, and it's not being. I don't want to say corrected. You don't have to pander to anybody, but understand it comes with something. If it keeps becoming the narrative, like, you can show up on a panel and immediately somebody's like, "Oh shit, here we go." That comes from somewhere. That you know, I'm sure people say that when they hear my voice, like, "Oh shit, here we go." That's fine, but it comes from somewhere, right?
It's like being in the hood, and you know everybody knows about.
Now, what Mikey just did is hilarious, right? He doesn't even know what he just did was hilarious. He just he changed the narrative, and I think it's hilarious when he does that. It might be annoying to some people where they don't even bring him up on the panel, but I think sometimes my conversations get too serious sometimes that laughter gets left out. I love to have him in the background just doing that type stuff. Now, I apologize for cutting you off, Mikey. Go ahead.
No.
Finish your
It's
point,
like
man.
it's like being in the hood, and you know they know about this person, and they be like, "Damn, why he always come around to the hood?" You know what I mean? Like, why he stay coming over here, and we know, and you know what I mean? We know what he's about, but we still let him come around the hood. You know what I mean? Someone like that.
Well, I'll just say this in closing for me. It's not, again, my point is that I don't waste my time trying to get into how people feel about me one way or another. I don't consider that my business, because I'm not trying to sell them on anything. I'm not trying to do anything to them or for them. I go on a panel, I'm speaking about the topic like I did today, and I'm discoursing about it. You have a right to like me or dislike me all you want. And I feel that I should never get in the way of someone's right to dislike me or like me, one way or the other. Like I said, it's not about whether you're, and my point is, because I feel that people have a right to like me or dislike me, that means their opinions are valid, but to themselves. They wouldn't be valid to me, because if you dislike me for whatever reasons, I'm not going to agree with it.
Wait, I
But
gotta
simply because I
mention Spirit
disagree with
Mouse's.
it,
I
but
gotta
simply because
mention
I
Spirit
disagree
Mouse's.
with it.
Hold about. I gotta mention Spirit Mouse's comment here. I'm not even sure why you would want to be on an internet community where the majority is hostile to you. That's a great question, sort of statement. Like that's, I've been wondering the same thing. You do catch a lot of heat where you go. Wherever you go, you're
Right.
catching heat. And you know, I've been asking myself that same question. Why does he keep coming back if this is the theme? Like that's I don't know if I could do that, but you know, just wanted to make
I'm
that
so glad
statement
you
there.
said something too, because you know, people was talking about some I sound like Spirit Mouse. We both come from the same city, so we're bound to have like some similar jargon, some similar voice intonation and inflection. But yeah, we're not the same person. Don't even start that narrative, because I know how this goes. Next thing you know, I'm gonna be Spirit Mouse, and it's gonna be, man, they talking in the background, man. It's the behind the curtains, man. Like ain't none of that going on, all right?
Yeah,
My
I'm still KK du jour, so that's how that works.
Interesting. Well, that is kind of an interesting point. Why is that the case? Well, I can't. For me, I guess it's just part of who I am. I can be stubborn.
Let me ask you something, Al. What you like about the sector that we in? What you like about it so far?
You know, I never, because I
In
came
a
in to
one
respond to
minute
something,
response.
because I came into this to respond to something specifically, I
Mm.
didn't know about a sector. It wasn't until later on that it was, oh, it's a sector. The reason I think that I'm in the sector is just very basic. It was, I wound up being on panels. It was to deal with lies at first, but then I stayed for the topics. And for me, I see being on this panel and on other panels as nothing more than sitting down, having a coffee or having soda or having whatever, tea, and having a conversation. So for me,
Mm.
it's having a conversation, enjoying the conversation or seeing where the conversation goes, and then leaving the panel and going off and doing other things. It's not deep, it's not complicated, it's not extensive. It really just comes down to, because I had never been on panels before, and this was the sector when I was basically on panels, I kind of got used to just being and having conversations and talking. And that's what it was
Now
for
this
me.
is now that's a good now Al is Al. Now how about Al was a he she? How will everybody take that
There
person?
you go, Mikey. Hold it down.
How will everybody react if Al was a he she? That's a good question.
what they
If
call it a
Al was what?
transformer.
No, I'm just saying like how Al let's say Al was a different person, a he she. How will everybody react to that person? It's a good question for everybody.
Okay. Like if I were a teacher, you were saying?
No, a he she. Just saying.
I don't know
You
what
know what
the,
I mean?
uh,
A he
I
she, a
can't
he
remember.
she.
I don't know. Ishi. But I don't know
Yeah,
what that
he
is.
she.
Are you saying a transformer?
Yeah, a
Yeah,
transformer.
okay.
Now, what if I was a transformer? How will people react to that person?
You wild, man.
That seems like more of a question to ask Steven than me.
Mm.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Shots
woo,
fired. Damn.
damn.
You
There's
finna be
one
on
of my
the show in about
timestamps.
5 seconds.
No, I'm just saying because everybody's like, oh, we don't like Al. So how about Al was a transformer? How will people react to that person? You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Please
Maybe you
elaborate,
should
Mikey.
use another example. No offense, Mikey, but maybe you should use another example. Maybe
Another
if I were a
example.
different kind of person, not
Like let's
that, but a different
say,
kind of person.
how can I say it? Let's say Al was a Hispanic person,
I
and
got you, HM.
he
Okay,
comes in the sector, a Hispanic person,
that's a good point.
and comes in and voices his opinion, how people react to that person. You know what I mean?
That's a good point. I don't know. Never thought of that.
All right. He does not know. I appreciate the question, Mike. You know you bring value to the show. Appreciate
Not
I'll tell
because
you what they would say.
yeah,
you.
I
not
know you
because
don't know, and you've been in this sector for as long as you have, but I'll tell you what they would say. If you come
mm,
from another culture or you come from another sexual orientation that they're not agreeing with and in compliance with, you're going to be met with heavy resistance when you first get here. People are going to scrutinize your purpose for being
Right.
here. They're going to talk about that you're a part of some sort of agenda. What is it about this sector that's attracted you here? They're going to say stuff like that. And they're going to ask, are you here as an agent of chaos and trying to like bring about chaos? Are you trying to get people away from whatever it is they believe the end goal and mission is? And as we know, there's a couple of different people in here with different agendas and missions, but everything is really this whole sector is really centered around Umar Johnson. You have people that support him and people that don't. And that's at the end of the day, no matter how you look at it, no matter how many other agendas get mixed in, that is the
Right.
core of where everything comes from. So that's why you're going to have
Precisely.
people saying, are you a part of being against Umar Johnson or are you for Umar Johnson? And that brings me to the question that somebody asked in the chat. They said that you had a job to do, Al. That's what you mentioned out of your mouth. You said you had a job to do when you came to the sector. Was that job, what was that job? That's what they want to know. They want to
mm.
know what that job was.
What was the job? Yeah,
Yeah,
that quote has been brought up. I don't know why.
I'll be right back.
no problem.
Excuse me. Da, 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 da,
It's a good topic, Harry. So it's a good topic. That's a good topic. You know what I mean? Real talk.
So what was the
All
job?
right.
Yeah,
All
what was
right.
the
And
job?
our final question here on Sector Jeopardy is ding, what was the job that you had to do? Good luck, players.
Or what is your purpose? What is your purpose?
My purpose?
Hmm.
That justice be served. That's my purpose.
Mm.
So you don't agree with what Umar Johnson is doing. You believe he's a fraud, and you want to see justice served. That's what you're saying, correct?
In regards to Umar, that's a little different.
Oh, okay. So it's not about that. Then it's about the doxing. You want
You're
to make
talking
sure that the
about
people that
Umar.
are
Yeah, you're
doxing.
making it. You're talking about Umar. So he asked me, "What is my purpose in the sector?"
Hmm.
And I say,
Oh,
basically justice. Now, in regards to Umar, since I hate people hate for me to mention this, the piece that I wrote,
Hmm.
um, my assessment about Umar is very clear. I've said this before. I'll say it again. Umar is a con artist, a grifter, and a liar. That's what he is. It's straightforward and simple. Um, and that's what I assessed him as. There are other things in my piece that I assessed him as, but that's essentially what he is. And I regard the man. I if you want to talk about him before we go, my view has been I never understood anything approaching an appeal of this guy to people. For me, he always seemed like a joke. And that's basically how I viewed it. But it's very simple with him. I think basically he's a con artist from what I see and what the facts does determine to exist. Say he's a con artist, a grifter, and a liar. And I think that's basically it. People
Okay,
want to
that's
get into
cool.
the
That's cool. Look,
so go
look,
ahead.
look. That's cool.
Wow.
Would you? I don't want to be like too like that. But would you
Right.
try to reach to that person and go talk to him and see what
To
his mind
Umar?
is
right.
at? Yeah, see what his mind is
Why
at.
would I want to but why would
You know
I
what I
wish
mean?
to talk to Umar?
Talk to the horse's mouth.
No.
talk to him.
I have nothing to say to him.
If okay, this is my thing. If
Well, you
Mhm.
you do have something to say about him, though.
yeah,
So let's take Umar off the table. You have an
Right,
opinion of me, right? Like we've never met in real life, only on panels.
right,
If you have
okay.
something disparaging to say to me, and I would expect you to say it to me.
yeah,
I would expect you to, hey, if you have something you want to say to me, say to me. Like if you feel like
yeah.
I'm a scammer, hey, tell me. If you feel like I'm an asshole, if you feel like, fine, tell me. But I wouldn't just say, you have nothing to say to him, but you do have a lot to say about him. So
Well,
Mm.
because
I,
I
I
wrote a
guess,
piece about him. That's why.
yeah, but that's
So
my point.
clearly, I've
It's
written pieces about other people too, not
Nah,
the only
nah.
yes,
person.
Writing about a person is two different things than going to the person's face and talking to him. It's
That's
I
two
true.
different
agree.
things.
And
I
I wanted
agree.
to stay on this point really quick because my thing is that I get where we're going with the Umar Johnson, but for 1 second, I wanted to go back to the point of how do you bring justice online in YouTube? That's what I'm asking because I hear a lot of
Mm.
people say that they're gonna bring justice to the sector. How do you do
Mm.
that? What does that look like? How is that done? Is
Oh,
that
that.
done by calling the police on people when it needs to be? Is it done by
Ah.
getting lawyers involved? Like, how do you do that? Explain to me what that looks like.
I think it would. I'm just speaking from my perspective, having been a journalist and a writer. Um, and I'm a writer now, but of course, but having been a journalist and um, I think it. I mean, if you ask other people, you'll probably get other answers. Their idea
Mm,
of justice would probably be very different than mine would be. They would say, "Oh, if you mess with what I'm about or what I'm doing, say AFWs, we will deal with you by calling the appropriate authorities." For others, it might be we will deal with you by making videos about you and exposing you. It really depends on the person and how they view justice and what their efforts are to bring what they think is justice to the sector. So it depends on the individual.
Mhm.
Um, that's how I would say it.
so for
Justice.
you,
I Go ahead. Sorry.
justice is awareness. You like to bring awareness to a situation, talk about it
Hmm.
from the outside, so that way everybody else can see that there's a problem that's on the table, and you're just bringing up the questions. You're bringing up the attention to what's going on and putting it out there. As a journalist, that's pretty much what I see journalists do. So, from my understanding,
Right.
is you're continuing that thought process and that mindset even
Hmm.
after no longer being a journalist, but you still have that natural nature to want to put people on Front Street and put their information out there within reason, without doxing. Just put their
Hmm.
information out there, of what they're doing, what they're saying,
Right.
and different things of that nature. So you're bringing news. That's what you think justice is bringing the news and the information out there. Is that what you're saying?
I think that's pretty accurate. I'd say that's accurate because that's appropriate for me. Again, that would work for me in regards to justice, right?
Mm,
That's what I did. I was a journalist. I'm a writer. There's no other way I feel I could, if we're going to look at that term, that would be kind of the definition for me. For other people would be different depending on their views and their interpretation of justice. But I think what you noted, I think, is accurate to a great extent. And so for me, I'm continuing to do what I know how to do. I'm not
mm,
trying to do something I don't know how to do because I
I
can't do
see.
that. Right. So
I was
I
gonna
mean,
say
for
a joke
me,
to that. I was gonna say a joke, but
just saying that is funny, Mike.
just keep on playing the
right.
flute.
But here's the thing that you got to understand about the whole Umar, because I get asked this about Umar. I've been asked this on the questions. You have to understand, I wrote an analysis and a commentary about Umar. I did not write a newspaper article about him because I'm not a journalist anymore. I wrote a blog piece. So I did not write a news article about the school or schools or anything like that. I wrote a blog piece, which was an assessment of him and an analysis of him. So therefore, I don't need. It wouldn't make sense for me to interview him because there's nothing to interview him about. I'm not doing an article about the school. I'm not doing an article about his background entirely. My article was my analysis and my assessment of Johnson. And for a number of people, Twitter, Facebook, who contacted me or talked, they said it worked for them and it was effective. And I think it's effective because it's not time stamped in the way that an article dealing with the school or schools or his antics would be. You're looking at a holistic way of examining him. You're looking at the man. That's why I wrote about Umar. I wrote because he, as a guy, seemed slightly interesting to me, and he seemed like a good story. And after all, when you're writing an article, you want a good story. You want an interesting story. You want a story that will get people reading. And I think that's what it did. That's what it's about.
Well, in the chat, there's a question. There was something said about Max. I think I missed that. I don't know what that means.
Comment about Mac.
Yeah.
I don't. What comment would that be? I don't think I brought him up.
Okay. Yeah. I don't recall it, so I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't bring him up.
I like this quote. This quote is for everybody. You know what I mean? Stop giving people the power to stop you.
Holy shit.
That's a quote for everybody.
And I think that goes to my attitude and the way I conduct myself in the sector. I don't allow people to stop me or contain me. I don't, I guess after years of having done what I've done, it's like, oh, you're going to try to put this obstacle in my way. I'm going to move that obstacle and move on. So I think there was a question of, why was I here? And I think when I had people try to cancel me, there was a interview that I think it was the guy who did Big Bang Theory. I can't remember his name is, but he said he used to sell clock radios in LA before he became a writer. And he used to see this sign in places would say no soliciting. And he said it was put up to keep guys like me out. And he would look at that sign and go, eh. And he would go in and try to sell clock radios or whatever it is he did. And I think that's been my attitude toward all the so-called, quote, cancellations or efforts to cancel me. I just look at that and I go, you're not going to stop me. You have to be able to deliver and you have got to be able to produce work, which is what I did. And I just my view has always been, if I have work, if I have a goal and I have something to do or whatever it is that I'm doing, I don't want to allow obstacles to get in the way. If I can get them out of the way. If I can't, then I can't. Then you move on. But,
Yeah,
They said Mike was reading from a Chinese fortune cookie. That's funny as hell. Some of these comments that you just see come up is just hilarious.
Yo, that last Mikey comment. That last statement was a good one.
It's not from a fortune cookie. It's the person I always get these quotes from.
Yo, that was a good one for Mikey. I was like, what the hell?
It was.
That was a mistake.
Let me see. I got another one. It says, stop giving people the... No. It's not this one.
Oh, damn. Hold on.
Damn,
yeah, I need some train crash sound effects.
Oh, here you go. It says, you cannot fix only me. I'm happy for you. It's a strong word right there. I'm going to say this one more time.
Yeah, you think it needs it?
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of people
rock out, man.
No. You know what I mean? Because I read a lot of quotes. You know what I mean?
I myself too, Mikey. And speaking of which, I did have some final thoughts on the topic. We could wrap the topic up so that way we could kind of freestyle afterwards. I think we kind of went freestyle here.
Oh
Um,
yeah, definitely.
and I like the natural conversation, so it's cool.
But it was a very good
But does
discussion.
any?
That's why I said it was very good.
Yeah,
It's
it
not
was
over
good. It
yet,
was
Al.
good.
You don't have to hop off yet. Anybody else have any last comments? Anybody
Yeah.
for defrauding?
He's just ending out the segment of what everything is about, the main topic, Al. But we're still gonna
Okay.
freestyle afterwards. Is what he's saying. So we still got like
Okay.
questions and stuff like that. But he's just gonna
All
end out the
right.
main topic. And
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Sorry.
my main topic ender about earlier, what was said about de-individualization. I would say that we just got to be careful with making sure that you don't lose yourself, your professionalism, or what your morals and ethics are when you're inside of this sector or any sector. You need to always be aware of who you are at the end of the day and bring that to the table and treat people with the respect that you would treat somebody in life. There's some things that I think I'm going to go ahead and end that on, and then I'll let everybody else do their ending statement on that.
I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Mikey, you got any final thoughts on the main
Um,
topic? Do you
no,
remember
no, it
what the
was
main topic is?
no, it was a good topic. It was a good topic. You know what I mean? So definitely good topic. You know
Okay.
what I mean? Give me some point of views. You know?
Perfect. Perfect. You good, Al? I guess that's a yes. Man of many words. All right. So, final thought.
Okay.
So I opened up the show for those who joined late. Please check out the beginning of this the episode. There was a lot of definitions, a lot of how this ties into how I move, how I'm seeing things, and I'm assuming I'm not the anomaly. I don't believe I'm the anomaly. Somebody else in there is seeing it the way I'm seeing it as well. And if you don't, we can talk about it. So I opened up with a quote, and I opened up with a statement. So the first quote I opened up with is actually one of my own, and the quote is: "Your potential is rooted in your frame of reference." Who are you comparing yourself to? Who are you surrounding yourself with? That definitely has tie-ins to what your potential is. And if everyone around you is beneath you, how can you feed your seed of potential? There has to be a
Mm.
level of humbleness in everything that we do. I'm going to probably believe that till the day I die. Because the moment you think you figured it out, then somebody's going to throw a curveball at you. So um, I know this is an ongoing learning thing. So I'm actually, everybody in the audience, you guys are learning with me because I'm just being open and honest with my statements here, my questions, and I'm humble. I'm learning from defrauding all day today. This ain't the only time I did it, but yeah. So another thing I opened up with is a statement: dress for the job you want and not the job you have. As I mentioned before, I got that early on in my career. I understand it wholeheartedly now. And the reason why I bring that up is I've been hearing a lot of rumblings on these YouTube streets that we need to be more focused on building rather than tearing down. I've heard content creators who they have track records of the dipping in the effery pool, and I'm starting to hear that come up more than not. So my question is, if that's true, that we probably should be focused more on building because we have a lot of potential in these chats and in these conversations. How about we shed the clothes of what we're wearing now and dress for the part where we want to be? How about we prepare for that now? How about we have these conversations? We sit down, discuss it, agreements, disagreements. It's fine. We can all walk away and come back the next day with another topic and hash it out. So I'm not the moral police, never claim to be. I'm experiencing this the same as everybody else. I'm just being a little more vocal with what I'm thinking. And I know that sometimes goes against the grain, but hey, that comes with what I'm trying to do here. So, and in all honesty, it's very easy to get swept up in these extreme beliefs and actions when a group of people are following in a certain way and justifying all those actions. But the more we're aware of all this, of how de-individualization works, the better we're equipped to walk away when the situation challenges our individual purpose. So my last statement, stay true to what you believe, even if it's not the most popular decision. That's all I have on that topic. Does anybody have any final thoughts?
Final thought. Let's get high.
Oh shit, Mikey. God darn, Mikey.
Let's get lifted to the sky. Praise
Does
to the Most
anybody know
High.
does anybody know how to delete sections of a video?
Let's pray to the
I
Most
like
High.
your I like your I like your last statement, and I think it applies to me perfectly. And I would say that is a very good summation
Of the topic or of you? I don't know which one you're
of
talking
both.
about.
Of both.
Okay. Defrauding, you went out for a minute there. Did you have any comments on what was just said? I think defrauding's out again. All right. So let me get back to this chat. I don't know if anybody had questions. I don't know if you're watching the chat, Al or Mikey, but if you see any questions,
I
definitely.
haven't. No.
No, it's all good. You know, the comments is all good. It's all good. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So YM's asking, do I do this every Thursday? I am trying to stick to a schedule of every Thursday around 4 p.m. Eastern. I think I've only missed one day. I went at 5 p.m. But other than that, I'm trying to fit this all into my real world. I'm trying to find that balance. I haven't been bouncing around. I was bouncing around a lot actually with Binary and what he was doing and trying to keep up with him, and I can't keep up. I can't do that much.
I got a last quote. I got one more quote.
You got another quote, Mikey?
Yeah, I never let anyone I never needed the reason one are still around. It's tough. I like that.
Is that a tough statement or tough to read, man? Because I'm lost on that one.
Okay, I'm gonna read it to you one more time. I never need last anyone I needed the real ones are still around. Some real shit there.
Hey, for those who don't know, I do a great Mikey.
Nah, basically what what I read was
True.
You never need no one.
True.
Unless you need the real ones still around you.
Facts.
No, real shit,
yo. Real shit.
You're too funny for that.
I'm just messing with you, Mikey.
No, facts. Cause I read this quote thing and it's kind of it's a good quotes. Good quote.
So Carl Burton. Has anyone heard from Honeybee? I did. I was on Podna's live maybe a day or two ago. She was on there. That's the last I heard from her. I know she was having phone issues. So that might be the reason why you don't see her floating around. Yeah. She couldn't get her phone straightened out, and I actually tried to help her in the background. So hopefully it helped, or maybe it didn't, which is the reason why she's not on. It didn't work. But yeah, I haven't heard from her since then.
Are you guys still able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Mm-hmm.
All right, perfect. I missed some of that. I had stepped out of the car for a second. What was happening? What was the last thing that was said?
Oh, I didn't know if you were. I was giving everybody a chance to comment on what I was wrapping up, or at least my final thoughts.
Okay.
I don't know if you heard it.
What's your final thought on Jerry Springer's?
I'm sorry, defrauding.
Oh no, I was done with that particular one.
Okay. Yeah, I was going through trying to see if there's any questions in the chat. If anybody had any questions, hell, if they want to actually come up and ask them instead of me trying to find it in the chat, feel free.
Yeah, feel free.
Yeah, I see a couple things. Oh my god, I can't stop laughing. Like there was something in there I missed. I'm sorry. Damn. But yeah, so Al, are you good with any more questions? Are you I don't want you to feel like you're attacked, man. This is a civil conversation. So
Yeah, you're not on
Right.
trial.
And I appreciate, well, I'm not going to be put on trial, um, but I appreciated, I ignored the chat because, like I said, I don't think that's productive. Like, how people feel about me. Like I said, that's their business. And if you get into that, then you're doing what a lot of people in the sector do, which is going back and forth and going after people and all that. I only respond to lies. I only respond to mistruths and fabrications. Anything else, unless it's a personal attack, I don't respond to. So, because I find, just don't listen to people. It's simple. Don't listen to what they say. Don't listen to what they bring out, because they have their own gripes and their own. I mean, one of the problems in the sector is that it's basically become fights, gripes, and slights. That's the problem. Fights,
Yeah,
gripes,
facts,
Yeah.
and slights.
facts,
That's the
facts,
problem.
facts,
And
facts on
I'm
that.
not going to get into that.
And some people be on their panties. I swear to
Right.
God, the stuff
Right.
that you
It's
hear,
true.
the stuff that you
That's
hear, they
why
be
I
on their
don't.
panties. Like, yo, shut
Right.
your ass up. What
See,
the
that's
hell?
why I don't. See, that's
Like,
why I don't respond to all of the personal slights, gripes, and fights. I don't respond to that because it's not worth it. Then you wind up getting angry and screaming at people and going after people, and that's all you do on panels. It's the first thing you do is you come up and you're like, you said this, you did that, you're like this, can't stand you, you need to
that's
go. And
cause that's cause they be on their panties. I'm telling you, man.
well, that's your way of putting it. I
You
would
know,
put it
it's
that
like,
they are giving in. Like I said, they're listening to what people say. Like I said, if it's a lie, then you have to stand up for yourself and defend yourself. But if it's
mm,
just insults and all kinds of other gratuitous personal, aspects, then it's best ignored. Just
yeah.
ignore what they have to say. Again, that's
It's
what I
like
learned a
it's like
long time ago.
no, it's like my friend, right? I'm trying to like help him with his with him hearing stuff. So I'm
Hmm.
trying to really help him, and I always tell him, stop believing a lie. Stop that.
There you go.
Stop
That's
believing a lie.
precisely right.
The more you believe a
Precisely.
lie, the more it's gonna be like, okay, well, it's true, you
Hmm.
know. Then that makes you look like a fool because you believe
for the record, we got Al agreeing with Mikey.
facts. Because it's like
Yeah,
me.
why
This
wouldn't
this
I?
this is
Why
this is
wouldn't I agree with it if it's the truth?
not
I,
because this is
He's
me
I'm
right.
not
personally.
questioning it. I'm not questioning it. But
No,
we
no,
do
no.
have a new panelist, Spirit Mouse. What's good?
Well,
I like that.
Nice, nice, nice. Appreciate the love, man.
Thank you.
that's what's up.
Appreciate the love, man. What's good with you, man? I haven't heard from you in a minute.
I've been working on my channel.
Mm, that's
Yeah,
what's up.
I see you popping up every now and again. I can't lie to you, man. Sometimes I'm like, where is he at today? What is he doing today? But what is the focus of the channel again?
Well, I've kind of I'm actually as we're speaking right now, I'm actually kind of revamping my channel because I'm kind of learning actually how YouTube itself works, not just, making content and uploading content, but kind of how the technical aspect of YouTube works. So before I was just kind of just throwing up a lot of random videos, even some videos from my TikTok. But what I've been doing now these past couple of days, I've been putting up some of my short films that I've done. Like I have a lot of short films that I put together like around 2017, 2018, and most of them are nature films. So what's nice
Oh, that's
about
what's up.
YouTube is that they've got, like, if you go into your little YouTube studio section, they've got an audio library full of music that's, you know, made by basically like people that YouTube will just license that music for, and you can actually use that music in your videos,
For
and your
real?
videos can even be monetized with those particular songs. So
For
I've
real?
been
Real
basically,
talk.
yeah,
I didn't know that. Did
yeah,
Didn't
not
know
know
that
that.
either.
go if you go to your YouTube studio and you
Yeah.
scroll down on the left hand side, it'll be an area called audio library, and you
Audio
can use those
library.
songs in your videos. You could download them for free, and then you could put them in your videos, and there's not going to be any copyright strike, and you can
Yeah,
actually,
yeah.
like I said, you can have those videos monetized with those particular songs.
Nah, facts. Good to
Nice.
know that. Good to know that. That's a good look. Good look. Good look for that. Cause yo, I've been playing my
This
own
dude Mikey
music.
hilarious.
He
Nah,
is
nah,
hilarious, man.
nah. It's good to know that. Cause yo, I've been playing my own music and I don't like doing that too much. You know, cause you get
Yeah, I don't
copyright.
think YouTube likes
You
you
know.
doing that either, man.
Yeah, yeah. But you know, gotta know
Right.
how to flex with it. But no,
I
good look for
appreciate
that.
that info,
You
Spare Bones. I
know,
did
Yeah,
not
yeah,
know that.
yeah, yeah,
you
yeah.
know,
Hell yeah.
I have a question for, I think, everyone. It's something I've never really gotten to ask anyone because I haven't been on a panel in I don't know, a little while, I guess, a couple weeks or whatever it was. Um, I don't think I've ever asked this to people before because you come in and you speak and you do your thing. But what do you guys do outside of panels like this and YouTube? I mean, to everyone on the panel, what do you guys do? I don't mean jobs per se. That's up to you.
Like
But
career
I
in
mean, what do
school
you guys
or
do? Like hobbies and other things. What do you guys like? What do you guys like to do? And what do you guys do? I'm just curious.
Me, I just like to play games all day.
I think there's one
What
other
kind of
thing you
game?
like to do, Mikey,
Oh
that
yeah,
you're
yeah.
not mentioning here.
Nah, I smoke all day, every day. You know. Me personally, really, I take like an hour and smoke and read a book and try to understand like the universe and the YouTube
Well,
world.
wouldn't
You know.
Yeah, what do you?
wouldn't smoking and reading a book be counterproductive?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because you get to understand like how people
how?
react. Um, it's crazy. You know what I mean? And I got this book called YouTube Secrets. You could get it. It's called YouTube Secrets.
Hmm.
For real.
Interesting.
So
Mm.
Al, what is it that you do outside of YouTube?
Oh, really? Um,
Well, you asked the
outside of
question.
you.
I thought it was for everybody.
Oh no, it is. I was gonna wait until everyone had their say. I didn't want to go before
Oh,
everyone else did.
that's all right. We're all
But
here. We rocking now.
okay. What do I do outside of YouTube? Okay. What I've always done outside of YouTube, basically. Um, outside of YouTube, let me see. What do I do outside of YouTube?
Get
Well, I
booty.
used to have a life before the pandemic. When I was retired, I was retired for 4 years. So I'd go to parties and I'd go to panels, I'd go to events. Um, I used to go to, I don't know if it's going to be held this year. I've been to Comic Cons. So I've been
I
to
always
Comic
wanted to
Con
go to that.
here.
I always wanted to go to that
Yeah,
Comic Con.
well,
Oh
here's the
wow.
thing. I guess I get to tell my Comic Con story now. So yeah, I've been to Comic Cons because, believe it or not, I am a Star Trek fan and a Star Wars fan, and I'm into sci-fi and other things. I never talk
Oh, that's
about it.
what's up.
I think the only person that I talked about it was really Star because I understand she likes some of that. And I was kind of surprised to hear that,
Stargate.
yeah,
Right.
Star, yeah, Stargate. Oh yeah, there's
Okay.
other, but yeah, she's into some of that. I don't know how much, but we were having a discussion. Frankly, I gotta be honest. it would be nice to actually get on a panel and talk about simply Star Trek or Star Wars or sci-fi. I
Go
realize
start
this is
one,
the
Al.
Umar,
Your
Umar
name is
Johnson.
Show.
No. I'd like to get on a panel to talk about it. I don't want to start one myself because that's not, I'm not interested that way. And I mean, but I'd love to talk about that. But anyway, I was going to talk about my Comic-Con thing. Okay, Comic-Con story. So
Spottum is killing me right now.
Anyway, the first Comic-Con I went to, I'm in Hawaii because that's where I'm in. That's where I live. The first one that I went to, I think was the very first one that came here, that opened here. And I didn't go as a regular participant. I went as a panelist, technically with person with a panel. Now, I don't know. Has anybody been to a Comic-Con here?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No.
Not yet.
Okay. Are you a like sci-fi comic book fan or something?
Yeah. I like Marvel and Star Wars.
Okay, so you're into comic books. So you're Marvel.
Yeah.
Oh, Marvel and Star Wars. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm trying to remember the year that I went to this Comic-Con. I can't remember. And anyway, I went as a panelist. So I'm going to the convention center here in town. And they have this enormous ballroom. Enormous. I had been there to cover, I don't know if I should reveal that, but okay, I'll say it. I was there. I'd been inside this huge ballroom when I covered the Miss Universe pageant back in the late 90s. And I won't get into that, but because nobody's interested. Anyway, I was in this huge ballroom at the convention center. And so where the panels were, they had this enormous ballroom, but it was all games for the most part. And then there was the tiny part of it that was the panel. So that's where I was for it. And I was like, oh, great, there's going to be all this noise. But it was okay. So the first one I went to, I think
you got everybody on the edge of their seats.
Okay. The first one I went to, I was on a panel. I never went as a participant. I just never went as a regular person enjoying the Comic-Con. I was there to do a panel on a TV show on sci-fi called Eureka. I don't know if anyone's heard of it, but I was a bit of a fan of the show. So I talked about it with, I don't know how many people were there, the 40 or 50 people. And so they had Q&A afterwards. So it was not like any other experience I'd had as a writer or as a journalist or person, because I had people in cosplay asking me questions. And so I had to kind of, one of the things I think I learned from that was to try to, how do I put it? I'm not an absolutely judgmental person. So I try to kind of take people as they are and respond to that. So when somebody in a tiger outfit is asking you a question, you just go with it. If somebody is in steampunk is asking you a question, you go with it. So that was the part I thought was interesting, people in cosplay asking me questions. But I had a great time, and the Q&A was great. And again, that's one of the things I think I gained.
So cosplay, that's it.
Well,
because that
can't
go on that doesn't go on every day, all day, right? That's like once every.
Cosplay? Oh, you see people in cosplay all the time.
I don't know. I don't follow the scene. I don't know.
Oh yeah, no, cosplay is a real thing.
Oh, you never heard of cosplay?
No, I've heard of it. I'm saying, as far as doing it every day, I think that's what I thought that was the question you had. What do people do outside of YouTube? If they're not on YouTube, then what are they doing?
Oh, okay. No, interesting. The people asking me questions were in cosplay, some of them. And so what it said to me, I guess it got into, when I look at people, I kind of deal with what they are, what they're dressed or whatever it is. I try to deal with it from that perspective. And that was one of the things I think that I kind of applied when I was at that Comic-Con.
Well,
was like,
Mikey was
okay, somebody in a
asking.
tiger.
Mikey was asking if one of your activities included a young lady.
Oh, at the Comic-Con?
Well,
Nah.
wherever, Comic
Yeah.
Con, comfy
uh,
couch, whatever.
oh, you mean at the Comic-Con, you mean?
Look, man, even if it's in the suit, it doesn't matter, man. I think the
Oh,
question. I think that's what Mikey's
no, I'm
question
just,
is.
I just, I don't know. Like, if it's about the Comic-Con, no, I didn't
She
have,
could be
I
the
didn't have
front. She
any.
could be the front of the bear suit. You could be the back. It's all good. Whatever that is.
No, I didn't. There were people asking me questions at Q&A, so I didn't have any personal interaction with any female cosplayers.
Wow. Nah,
So
I
I have
just
seen
thought about
quite a
something.
few of them.
Damn,
I
my
don't
man
know.
Dick.
I don't know. I don't know what the pickup rate is at cosplay. I don't know. Spirit Mouse, you got any info on that?
I don't know.
mean,
I can't say.
I've never been to a cosplay event, but I know there's people that are into the whole furry fetish. So yeah, I mean,
I heard of that.
you
heard of that.
can get laid at a cosplay event, and then you got the whole like the Fox girl, like the Fox girl girlfriends thing, where it's like people put like these like fake fox ears and foxtail on these women, and they act like your little pet dog and shit.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't participate in it, but I watch a lot of anime, and I'm a child of 4chan, so I know all about that type of stuff.
Well, it's funny. I went to an event here. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, Chicago is big into the anime convention, which is ASIN. It happens down here at Rosemont. So what happens is that in Chicago we got a really big scene of people that play video games. They do anime. Some of them do like the Marvel and the DC stuff. Like we got a real big scene about that. So a couple of my friends from college, they all were pretty much into that community. And what you'll find is, Identity Withheld, they'll dress like this 24/7. Like these guys will be cosplaying for no reason, just sitting in their living room.
Nah, I can't. I can't do all that.
But that's what they're doing.
Well, let me put it this way: at the Comic-Con, I met a lot of.
It was a lifestyle.
Right. I've met a lot of people in cosplay at conventions, obviously. So yeah, I met a lot of that in conventions, which is interesting. Again, I just don't, because I'm a sci-fi fan and so forth. I don't even think about it. But I was curious about, I think Spirit Mouse was your name. What kind of anime are you into?
I haven't really watched anything new, I would say within maybe about the past 3 years or so, but I mainly watch a lot of the stuff that's like, I mean, I've seen things like Naruto, I've seen things like Bleach and Dragon Ball Z, but I kind of more watch stuff like Wicked City, Elfen Lied, Future Diary. Like I tend to watch Gantz. I tend to watch like real violent, real gory anime where it's like anime where you see people's limbs getting torn off. You see children's heads blowing off and stuff like that. I tend to watch stuff like that.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I went to
Seinen, by the way.
You said that
that genre of anime is called seinen. So like people that watch more of the realistic, gory, and like extremely, like I would like to say more dark anime. So like I watched Berserk, Baki the Grappler, stuff like that. So those particular kind of anime you're talking about, like Gantz as well, because I watched that one too. And Ghost in the Shell. I'm trying to think of other ones in that category. All of those particular animes are called seinen. So it's like more of real gory, real like real dark stuff. A lot of the anime I watch is of course from the horror genre because I'm a huge fan of horror outside of YouTube. So I also write horror, and I also write a couple communities of people in the sector in a horror light. Just putting that out there. And I was me and
oh really?
Yeah, I'll write I'll write horror stories about certain people in the sector because
Wow.
some of the stuff is so funny and some of it
Mm.
can be so depraved at times that I'm like, oh man, I could totally
Wow.
do a horror story for this because it's funny. I mean, some of it is like, man, and
Yeah, yeah, the
that's
defrauding. I tried writing about the sector, but it started sounding more like Housewives of Atlanta, so I stopped writing, man. I couldn't
Horror
follow it anymore. I'm
stories
like,
about people in the sector. I can see it. Now presenting A Nightmare on Elm Street with Flacco.
Mm.
damn, you just throwing darts off
I
the
Perfect.
mean,
roof, ain't you?
Perfect. I mean, it makes
yeah,
sense. You're
straight up
absolutely right.
attacking.
It makes sense.
But see, the thing,
I gotta hand it to you. I never would have
Okay,
thought it, but I
real,
thought,
real quick, real quick. Does anybody on the panel have any channels that they want to promote? Anything that they want to put out there for the people to hear? Anybody?
oh,
Yeah, there's my channel, Spirit Mouse Media.
Can you put it in the chat or in the back chat? I'll put it up. I'll put it in the.
Yeah, let me go over to my computer.
Going once, twice, sold.
Yeah, yeah. I know, Mikey. You have a channel too, right? So
Yeah, yeah.
I
I
don't know if
mean,
you guys want me to put the link up. Just put it in the back chat, and I'll post it so it shows up as a link.
um,
So
nah, man. I was watching this shit on. This
and
shit
I
is
and I know
funny.
I'm
defrauding. You
putting it
do a
up
lot of
now.
stuff. Okay. I know defrauding, you do a lot of stuff. I don't know how much you want to share on this panel, but feel free, whatever you want to bring up, talk
Hmm.
about, or put out there.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
I'll
put it in
tell
the
people
private
a
chat.
little bit about myself and what I do because I realize what I can and can't say. So
Right, right,
I
right.
found out. So for me, I had to figure out what I could and couldn't say on YouTube, or what I could present and what I couldn't present. It took me a while to figure it out and figure out what was the right way to go about it. A lot of what I do is I'm a collector of skills. So basically, I play basketball. I played baseball throughout my life, football, just about any sport you can name. I've played it, and I now instruct all those sports. I also teach yoga classes, stuff like that, and I work for one of the biggest community centers in Chicago. Without me saying exactly what, but I work for one of the biggest ones in Chicago. That's one of the biggest ones in the world. So the thing is that I work there as an instructor and I teach people. So I teach different sports. I teach different specialty activities. Some of them include like things like archery, different things like that. I like hitting up the range, so I go and shoot a lot. That's guaranteed. Outside of that, I boxed. So I boxed for a couple of years. I've been boxing since I was like 12 years old. So I boxed on and off. And ever since COVID happened, I've been out of practice. Like it's been at least about a 2 year gap of me not actually sparring with anybody or getting in the ring or getting into the gloves. Also because of where I work and because I work in a community network of centers, I have my own gym and stuff that I have that I can go boxing anytime I want. And I got a couple of them around the city, and I don't own them. I just so happen to work for the organization, so I have the ability to go there, go train there. With COVID still being around, I probably ain't gonna do that right now. But again, that option has always been out there. I like to hit the gym and work out a lot, and yeah, I like the horror stuff. Like Stargate had a show one night, and I thought it was really interesting. It was the very first show she had, and Al just so happened to be on there. And a lot of what goes on in the sector, if you follow horror and you watch people that write really well, like Rod Sterling, the guy who writes the Twilight Zone, the stories in the Twilight Zone are not so much horror as they are psychological thrillers. And what happens is a lot of his stories relate very well to different things that you see in the sector. So I had already had the idea before I even made that correlation that you can make sector stuff about, horror with psychological thrillers. But the thing was is that when I really thought about it, it came full circle when I saw them trying to figure out the background stuff. And when they were trying to figure out who these background players were, who these names were, it kind of reminded me of when the aliens had came down on an episode and they made an experiment where only one house on the block had lights. Everybody else was in complete darkness. People went into pandemonium, and then they started thinking to themselves, why does this one family have lights and nobody else does? and then it got into victim blaming. It got into people getting paranoid. People started pointing fingers at this, and it reminded you of them saying, "Hey, you know, identity withheld is Kate Jor," and like it was like the same kind of setup. It was the same kind of thought process. People started getting bugged out. I'm starting to see narratives now where people are talking about that the whole YouTube thing is the Truman Show, and I'm just sitting here listening to it. I'm like, man, these guys got nuts out of their fucking mind. But at the same time, I was like, I understand where they're coming from and why they would look at it that way. But I was like, man, you know, everything in the sector all of a sudden has become a conspiracy. It has become attack this person, attack that person, and things happening that we can't see and things that we don't know about. And then you get to see people kind of like spiral out and lose their mind in front of you. Like I've seen it happen with a couple of content creators. Man, this guy just lost his mind. He started accusing us of I was like, man, this is happening. This is crazy. Then you got another guy. He's like taking up super chats. He's doing conscious stuff, but at the same time, he's doxing. And then he's kind of like doing dances and shit. I'm like, damn, man. You know, people is just out here. You know, shit, stuff is happening. So at the same time, I was like, man, these kind of things you can write a story about without having to like incorporate their names, without having to incriminate them and make them look bad. That isn't the focus or the goal of my stories. My stories are just to bring awareness to the fact that this kind of thing happens. And it's funny that these are real stories, but the people that read them online, that read it on my Instagram, they probably think that this is some complete fabrication, some BS that just was made up out of nowhere. But it's like everything that you write when you're a writer, and I think all can attest to this with fantasy, you basically write about what you know. So things that you see in the real world, things that you experience, you write about what you know. So I've seen these incidents happen, and I figured, hey, I can make correlations to this without harming somebody, without harming their reputation, without harming them as a person, and without putting their information out there on blast for hundreds and thousands of people to read. I could just make it as to where it's a parody. So therefore, it's still within fun, it's still within good reason, and it's still not hurting anybody. But I know that's not exactly the sentiments of the sector because people like hurting people in the sector for some reason. I don't get that part. Like, you don't have to hurt somebody in order to get a point across or because you have a disagreement. But I digress.
The names have been changed to protect the guilty. Your the Twilight Zone metaphor I thought was a good one. You are traveling through a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. Your next stop, the sector.
Yeah, I guess, Al, you don't have a channel you're sharing, right?
Yeah, I don't. I'm not producing content, but since people are sharing what they're doing and so forth, I guess it's incumbent upon me to plug at this point, and that's fine.
Yeah, you might have some fans out there, Al.
It's funny. One of the things, I guess I have to do this. I normally do this, but I do it elsewhere. Last week, I was interviewed on a show called We All Be TV. I returned to the show. I was interviewed on the subject of secret societies. I'm the host, Ron Hurd. And it's interesting. We had a slight discussion about the sector, though we didn't put it that way. It was kind of in code terms, because he started off by saying, you have a passionate fan base on YouTube. And I went, yeah, it's more like the opposite of fan. But so I was on We All Be TV last week, and I was interviewed on that show last week about secret societies. And then this past Tuesday, I was on a show called Random Topics with Gavin Reichard. I was also interviewed about secret societies. So I've been talking about secret societies a couple of times in my recent interviews. And so people can go and check that out on YouTube. I don't know who would, but if you want to, go check it out. Random Topics with Gavin Richard and We All Be TV with Ron Hurd. And the final thing I guess I have to say is that I just recently decided to go on a service called Substack, which is for writers and journalists. And I'm on Substack now, and you do like newsletters, that kind of thing. That's how it's structured. So what I would say is that my new newsletter, since I'm on Substack, is This Is the Week That Is. And I actually have an article out on Substack. It's part one of a two-part series. Strangely enough, it's kind of a slight return. I don't write about Umar, but I write about the schools that Umar was tangentially and directly involved with.
Man,
and so the
are you
name of
still
it,
eating off of YouTube, off of Umar?
no, the article's not about Umar. The article's not about Umar. It's about the sale of schools. So I didn't want to write about Umar, but because I'd done some research unexpectedly, I guess because of the smoke and what happens on the smoke channel. I ended up doing some research, and I said, oh, why don't I turn this into an article? Since I was on Substack, I'm like, okay, I got this research. I'll just write up something. So part one of the article is entitled Be True to Buying Your School. And that's about St. Paul's College. And we'll see about a part two. I'm supposed to write part two. I don't know when. But the part two is coming up. I think that's going to be about Moyer Academy. And so, yeah, Substack. And so that's albertlanier.substack.com and substack.com. So, yeah, that's the things that
you may not be writing about Umar. You may not be writing about Umar, but you do have Umar sprinkles up on some of the stuff that you're doing there.
Well, here's the thing. I didn't want to write about him again because I thought I did that article and I've written about other stuff. And I got tired. To be honest, I'm a bit tired of Umar. But I started looking into the schools because I had never done that before. And I got interested in some of the aspects of it. And I thought, why don't you just write about the schools and in the sales aspect and just not bother with him? Because you don't have to write about him, just write about the schools. And that's what I did. Of course, I have to mention him because he's involved. So that part I don't like, but.
If you have a link, put it in the back chat, Al. I don't know if you want me to put a link or if you just say.
Yeah, you can if people want. I think it's albertlanier.substack.com. I think that's it.
Yeah. Oh, and also, thank you for reminding me, defrauding. So I am. If you guys have a Cash App, you put it in the chat. Whatever you want to do, I don't care about that stuff. Anybody rocking with you like that, I'm not going to block that blessing. So I have defraudings here. Putting defrauding charlatans in the chat right now. He just sent. So Mikey, if you have one, I don't even know if you have one, Al, but
nah, I got one.
I don't. Depending on Substack, I have to see. I just got on Substack, so I have to see how that works out financially on Substack.
Okay. Well, Mikey, send me what you have, Mikey. Mine is at the bottom. Please like, share, subscribe, and as some people will say, hit the Cash App. I can't say it as good as Spottom. Spottom knows how to say that so well. I can't do it right.
Hit the Cash App. Hit the Cash App. God damn it.
I'm not into cosplay or wait. Well, actually, correct me if I'm wrong. What is it called when they dress up like Super Mario or something? Is that cos?
I think that would be cosplay. I think it's
cosplay.
Yeah, okay. Video games, comic books, movie characters, all that's cosplay, costume play. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm not into that.
I met a lot of people doing cosplay. So go ahead.
My world is my family. That's most important. So this YouTube, definitely has to work around that schedule. So that's why the time slot, because I have to do what I have to do. But in my little spare time, for those who do know, I do dabble a little bit into the music stuff. So I still working on these last two. I got two I'm about to drop. I keep saying it, but some things came up. I actually tried to be more prepared for this show. So I actually did an intro for this show. And that took so much time. I'm like, well, damn, I could have finished the song when I did that. But either way, But check it out. But here are the two little snippets I have for the 2 tracks I got coming very, very soon. Now we should know better. We're go-getters, tethered to cheddar, regardless of weather. Spitting truth, which gets wetter as it gets better. Got that cold flow, grab a leather sweater, maybe patent leather or pleather, whatever's your pleasure. Time to come together and treasure these clever letters I put together. However, not at your leisure, no pressure. It's now or never. Hey yo, hip hop, we have a village to raise. Got these mumbling youngins running and gunning for privilege and praise.
That was
one's
pretty
called
nice.
Spoken Word. I'm actually challenging those mumble rappers out there. So I'm a fan of the lyrics, so I try to go hard on that one. And the last one that I have, it's a little snippet of I got inspired by the movie Antebellum, and I thought it'd be cool to actually trying to do a narrative of in escaping slavery. Is I don't know why I had the feeling of writing that, but it just seemed like something that was a challenge, and I don't think I've ever heard it done like that. So this is a little snippet of On the Run. Drop to the floor and skip the boards, that's weekend. Hope God's looking at this. Time to get credit for just being Baptist. Gotta get the kids up. Don't wake master his sleep. We can't disrupt. Breeze door hinges and the lock we rigged up. Open it slow and pray to God it don't get stuck. Okay, head to the church house. Creep to the back and be as quiet as a church mouse. Can't take a breather. Heart running fast, but we gotta reach the preacher. Oh damn, preacher on some bullshit. Trying to slow us down and got us praying at the pulpit. Okay.
Pretty nice. Mame got some bars. You got some bars?
You know, that one's called On the Run. That one's a challenge because, like I said, it's hard to write that sort of narrative and still be relevant and still make sense and rhyme, for that matter. So yeah, so I've been playing with that. I am not a proclaimed rapper. I think I have a really good way with words, and I'm trying to overcome the delivery of those words. So I took a lot of criticism in the beginning for just the way I sound, and sort of like started playing with some ways of how I say things and how I put it together. So it's a challenge to me. That's what gets me up in the morning now. That's what like that when someone says it's impossible, I'm like, oh wait, are you sure about that? So that's what's been taking my time outside of just being on YouTube or outside of my family. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm gonna do with video games. I am a gamer for life. Hey Flacco, I know you keep talking about how good you are at Madden. I'm not good at the last Maddens, but you take me all the way back to PS2, I whoop your ass. I'm just saying. I know that's way back for some of y'all, but that was actually when it was fun. I don't like the newer Maddens anyway. So I'm trying to figure out a gaming thing. I was thinking of doing. I saw online someone had like a Tecmo Bowl tournament, Tecmo Super Bowl tournament, and it was like last year, and I'm like, damn, people are still interested like that, where they have leagues. They actually have leagues and prizes, and the first thing I thought about was like, damn, Be Accountable set up the way he has it, like he's dealing with wrestling. There's an interest for it, right? So it may not be this sector, but that's cool. It doesn't have to be this sector. Like I said, I'm trying to do what's interesting to me to make it feel less and less like work. So I don't have time to watch movies anymore because the YouTube has taken over my life outside of just everything else that's important to me. So I am a movie buff. So for those who remember me from the Cookie Crush chats, I was doing a lot of movie references in that chat.
Interesting. Well, I used to review movies. Well, I used to review movies, and I used to cover film festivals here in the state for I don't know how many years, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 years. So, yeah, I certainly know all about the whole cinephile and film aspect. I do miss that a little, but it's been a while since I've done that. But, yeah. I appreciate that. And if I never get the chance to do it before this ends, which I assume will be soon, thank you for having me on. I know you didn't have to have me on, and I certainly didn't expect to be on a panel today, but I really appreciate you having me on because I appreciated having a discussion that, again, was civil and thoughtful and intelligent. And so I really appreciate that. And I appreciate everyone's contributions and what they said and their perspectives and what they do. I wasn't aware of some of what everyone's involved with. And this is, see, when you talk about what we discussed in this topic, this is indicative of what could happen in the sector. This is indicative of what could happen on shows and on panels. If I guess things change. I don't know if they will. I'm certainly not one to advocate for that or say it, but I'm just saying having shows like this would make the sector better. And I've never really talked about the sector, but
real talk.
It would make it better. I mean, everyone was just thoughtful here. No one was screaming or yelling or calling each other names or anything like that. And so I didn't have that, okay, what's the feeling of, okay, do I have to, almost like being a soldier in a war zone? Do I have to be ready for incoming? Do I have to start, get on my M60 and start shooting, But this was a really good thing.
I was gonna say, I'm a gamer too, identity withheld. However, as I told people before, I am a shooting gamer and a fighting gamer. If you want to get your ass beat, come on and get your ass beat. I give out.
All right, so hold on for a second. So which game you play? Shooting game.
You already know it's Call of Duty. I'm on Call of Duty. You can catch
as
me
your
on.
Boy. As your boy. Come on, man.
My thing is same night. That's my gamer tag. You can catch me on PSN, but everything is pretty much cross-platform these days. You can catch me on that Call of Duty. I'm probably gonna buy the what is it? The Cold War that's out right now. I'm probably about to buy that real soon. Probably tonight.
Yo, I'm about to get
and
that
I'm about
too.
To be on there.
No cap. I want to get that
real
game.
Talk. I'll be delivering ass with custom stuff how you want.
Look, when I play shooting games, I'm a whole different person. I come up with a whole comedy skit and everything. It'd be funny.
Hey, I'm the same way, man.
Oh God.
The same way. When I get on these games, I'll be wild out.
Nah.
So defrauding, how high do you get?
Oh, I can't. Depending my job and career, I get drop tested a whole lot, and I could be drop tested at the city job or at the federal level. So I kind of don't fuck with it. I don't trust it. I know I can get caught too easy. I ain't got this in the cup. I ain't got no time for none of that. Like the ones that you put in the refrigerator, warming up right before. I can't do none of that.
That's crazy.
And got away with it, but
that's your
it's real talk. I seen people. They get the tube and then they put it in their pants and like.
Yo, hey, defrauding. I'm gonna tell you right now. You know you're square when someone asks you for your pee. If someone actually asks you for your urine, they know you ain't doing a damn thing. I admit I am a square big time on that side, man. I don't do any of that. Like I mean, truth be told, I always thought it would mess with my mind, and that's why I never did it. Like I literally thought it would mess with my mind, and that scared the shit out of me, to be honest. So I literally could tell you the first and last beer I ever had was high school graduation. That was it. And that night I don't even remember. That's because it hit me so hard. It was like, damn, what the hell did I do yesterday? It would mess me up. So, I didn't like the taste of it either. So I haven't touched it since then.
No, facts.
No, I do drink. I do that now.
Okay.
I drink too, no cap, but not like that. I mean, it's like
wait, you said not like that. What is that?
Yeah, like I drink, but it's like how can I say it? Like not often, like every day. I gotta be in a mood. You know what I mean? Even though I got a bottle here, you know what I mean? Still, I drank some of it, but I just
Yeah, I
left
feel
it
you.
alone for a while.
Yeah, it
Mm.
just hits me different, man. So I kind
It's
of,
social for me.
Mm.
yeah.
Nah, facts.
So
Yeah.
You're
I
not gonna
am
find me
hitting.
drinking at 3 in the afternoon.
Nah, hell no.
Oh wow.
That's out of pocket.
Ain't never gonna catch me doing that.
No, no, no,
Okay.
no.
Are you a drinker, Al?
I don't drink at all. Never have, never will.
Never have at all.
Oh wow.
Nope.
You
Don't drink. I
sure?
don't smoke.
Sure you're not lying? Look like you drink a little bit here and there.
No, I don't drink. Never have, never will.
No incredible
uh,
looks for him, huh? All right.
What is that song
mm,
in the 80s? Goody Two Shoes or something? Don't drink, smoke, don't smoke. What do you do? Don't drink, don't smoke.
just, I was gonna say
Somewhere,
another word to it, but nah.
yeah. I don't know if I'll get in trouble for citing that on YouTube, but whatever.
Mm, nah, facts, facts, facts.
No, I think it's all right. I don't think anything was said crazy or out of line.
Okay. I'm just saying, like, I don't know if quoting a lyric will get you in copyright trouble.
I don't know.
Nah, it won't. It won't.
I'm surprised what Spirit Mouse was saying. Like, yeah, I had trouble with just the stuff that I was putting out. Those songs that I put out, I'm
Mhm.
all legal and everything. I'm buying the beats. I'm trying to give the whoever made the beats, some guy named Don P. I love his stuff. So hey, look, let me kick him back a little bit because I'm using it and I plan on putting it on iTunes or something. Like it's going to be outside of YouTube at some point. I just didn't get around to
Right.
doing it.
Yeah.
When
Um,
I was on what is that? Random Topics this week, the host does music. I guess he does songs. And he said he got copyright strikes for putting his own music on YouTube.
Mm.
Yes, that can happen. I
For
got
his
so
own
because
song.
I buy the beats, I get licenses to prove that I bought the beat. So every time I play a video with my song Melanated Greatness, I get flagged for it, and then I got to keep resubmitting the
Mhm.
license saying, "Hey, I paid for this, so leave me alone." And they leave me alone. It's
Right.
just a hassle every time.
Mm.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Strange. I mean,
That's
I could
crazy.
see if you were doing a cover of a song, but you're doing your own song you wrote and I guess have copyright to, and they're flagging you for copyright. YouTube is okay. Should I don't know if I should admit this. I don't know how YouTube will view it, but
Mm-hmm.
my theory about YouTube is this: that YouTube is becoming and has become basically just another corporate enterprise, and that eventually shows like this or panels like this or platforms like this will go the way of the dinosaur, and you'll have professionally produced shows, which you have already on YouTube TV, but you'll professionally produce shows, and it'll
Mm-hmm.
be other corporate stuff, CNN and MSNBC, Fox, and that will dominate YouTube. And YouTube will be that platform for it. Maybe movies and other things, but it will.
Not
So
if
you
not
will
if you get
see
that book.
content creators.
If you get that book, that YouTube Secrets, tell you, nah, for real, it
Did you
has
write
you.
that, Mike?
This
That's the
guy,
second time you plugged that.
this guy, I watch. He says get the book, and it tells you a lot, a whole
Yeah,
lot.
but but I'm
I mean,
assessing that without reading that book. I just assessed it. I've just viewed
mm,
YouTube, and I'm going.
mm,
It's clear what they're doing because I see other shows. I watch YouTube all the time, and I see other shows, and all I heard from other, not just content providers or content creators, sorry, that I've been on in terms of shows, but also shows I watch, is problems with the algorithm, problems with notifications. That's a huge one.
that's what I
Problems
said.
with
Like that's what
all
I
kinds
said.
of
Like
things on YouTube.
it tells you in that book how the algorithm works and everything. How you could
Well,
push your own channel. You know what I mean? Farther.
right, but the reality, what I'm
I
saying is,
mean,
I'm looking at the future, and I'm looking and I'm saying, I think shows like this are going to go the way of the dinosaur, or platforms like this going to go the way of the dinosaur. They're going to get rid of this, and they're going to stick to corporate content, and their own
Not
content
if
they
not if
develop.
not if you push it. If you push it right, people will know. People watch it.
And
You
I
know what I
think
mean?
what's going to happen is some other platform is going to have to come along and do what YouTube did. That's what
I
I'm looking at.
mean,
That's what I
there's
think is
there's
going to
another
happen.
one too, cause I'm in I forgot the name of that shit. Clubhouse. I'm in Clubhouse. Yo, shit
Right,
gets
but
real.
Clubhouse isn't quite. It isn't. I've heard of Clubhouse, but it's not
Yeah.
quite like YouTube. It's a little different.
Yeah, but you have people in there cutting ass and just doing the most. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
what's going to happen? This is what I'm predicting. What I'm predicting is you're going to have a rival video platform service come up
Mm-hmm.
and take or be able to have the people that made their own content, content like this, content like
Mm-hmm.
other people in the sector and elsewhere. And they're going to come up. Someone is going to have to see what YouTube is up to and come up with it. I mean, if they don't, then a lot of people are just going to go the way of the dinosaur here on YouTube. But that's what I
Mm-hmm.
see happening.
A channel
Wait,
tried
so
to do
G?
that. A platform was called Odyssey. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was gonna say G Gates said put the license code in the description. I never thought to do that. Does that work?
License code?
Yeah, because I paid for a beat and I got it. I keep
Yeah.
getting flagged every time I play my song, but I,
Mm-hmm.
I keep proving that I purchased the beat, so I have the right to do what I'm doing. But it's just annoying every time I play my song, which I will be playing at the end of the. I play it at the end of every show. So yeah, I
Right.
just don't know if that, I didn't know if that would work or not, but I'll try it. I'm sorry, Charlene.
There was a
This
rival
morning.
platform. Oh, it's all good, man. It's all good. It was a rival program that came up. It was called Odyssey. So I had subscribed to that one as well as YouTube. And Odyssey was supposed to be the next YouTube. But the
Mhm.
thing was is that they were not paying people real money. They were trying to pay people in cryptocurrency. So that did
Mm.
Oh,
not take
goodness
off because
gracious.
first off they had some
Yeah.
kind of licensing issues. So they had licensing issues. They had other things like that. The actual channel or platform is still up. But the thing is that, again, they had issues. I see a lot of the big YouTubers that are from here, they still put their stuff over on Odyssey. So like some of the big YouTubers that I sometimes watch come from different communities. Like from the gaming community, you have Corey X Kenshin. That's a black guy who's pulling numbers like PewDiePie. He has like 10 million subscribers, right? Black guy, he basically started off being like a real nerd guy where he basically was just playing games and anime type stuff. He went from that to being one of the biggest black video game YouTubers out there. And he does so many numbers with his content that he's now able to take breaks. Like he can stop posting for 3 or 4 months and still be super relevant, still with his 10 million subscribers, still get lots of views. He's a horror video game player. So that just
Mm.
lets you know, like, you can go into any genre on here and be successful. You just gotta play the algorithm, but you also gotta play into people's interest of what's popular right now. One of the things
Mm.
that's popular right now is the hip hop, but it's oversaturated. There's so many people talking about hip hop right now, it's ridiculous. But you'll find that some of those people have branched over to Odyssey. I'm trying to think of some other people that I've seen over on. There's a guy named Jazza. He's a artist who draws different things. He animates and all this other stuff, right? He's from the UK, and what he did was he went over to Odyssey. There's other people that are really big names in the YouTube sector, and they use to Odyssey. Now, did anything ever come of Odyssey? Probably not, because of that licensing issue. Yeah, there's other places too.
Whoa.
I
But
can
it's
hear
only
him, but he going in
check
and
it out
out.
YouTube.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's in and
he's in and
out.
out.
Oh man, check it out. Am I going in and out now?
No, you
Yeah,
good
he's
No.
now.
showing out right now.
Cool. It's this cord. So, a lot of people, like I said, they're basically branching over and they're looking for new opportunities. Every time something comes up, they'll jump over to another platform and see whether or not it's going to pan out. But
Mhm.
most of the time, it's not going to happen because YouTube is still owned by the same people that do Google now. So, like, they're in a partnership.
Right.
It's really hard to
They're owned
take
by
down.
Alphabet. Yeah, Alphabet owns
Yeah.
Google. Yeah.
So it's hard to
Which
get
Nah.
is
that down when you have like a big company like that backing you.
yeah.
Twitch
Well,
is okay too. Twitch is good because I'm on Twitch. You know what I
I'm
mean?
aware of it.
Oh yeah.
That's for gamers mostly, right?
Nah, you could do other stuff than gaming. There's other
Right, but
stuff.
I think it started out as gaming and it's branched out to I think some other stuff.
Yeah, it's like YouTube, but a
It
little
didn't start
better.
as gaming necessarily.
Oh,
Nah.
it didn't? Okay.
Mm-mm.
No, like there used to be people on there live streaming their life. Like there was some guy, all he would do is wake up every day, cook, clean, and then he'd go to sleep. And the kid you not, people would sit there and watch this guy sleep on live. And I'm like,
Yeah,
what
I
in the
can't do
fuck?
that. Yeah,
But
I can't do that. Nah.
Well, there's an extreme
doing
example of
that.
that. There was, I don't know if it's still going on, but there is a more disturbing example of that in Korea with someone named Chip Chan, who has a live stream
Heard of
going
it.
on. I don't know how long the live stream was, but it's this person. I think it's a woman in an apartment, and she never leaves the apartment.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
it's wondering why she's there. Is she being held against her will? What's going on? But that's been going on. I don't know for how long, but I don't know if it's still going on now. But yeah, it's that like I had mentioned before. That's where I see it, but that's just my theory about YouTube and what's happening with YouTube, and you know, um,
So
Like this guy, perfect example. What's his name? DJ Academic. He blew up fast on Twitch, like
mhm.
Yeah.
crazy. You know what I
so
mean?
so
And
not to cut you guys off, but we've
mm,
surpassed the 4 hour mark.
Okay,
I'm
I was
already a
wondering.
liar in my house of staying under 4 hours. So I gotta
Okay,
answer. I gotta definitely explain that one. So I do love the way Binary exits on his panel. So I'm going to let everybody rock out. So Al, I guess as we say, speak your speech.
all right. Once again, thank you very much for having me on. First time I've been on the show, and I really appreciated the conversation. Most enjoyable one I've had in the sector in a long time. And
Appreciate
hopefully there'll
that.
be more of these. And I really appreciate it. You didn't have to have me on. I wasn't looking to be on a panel today or at all, but I really appreciate you having me on. I really do. And thank you to everyone else here, Mikey and Defrauding Charlatans. You guys, have some
No
interesting
problem.
interests, and I appreciate the insight and the things that you brought to the discussion. I really do. And thank you for having me once again. Thank you guys.
Cool.
nah, facts. Nah, but the
Cool.
frog man. Look, I'm gonna add you on the PlayStation. Feel me? Here we go. Have some games. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Mikey, speak
Yeah,
your
I'm with it.
speech.
Yeah, facts. Cause I go hard on the game. No cap. No cap. At
Hey, you
least
don't
for
mind if
good
I
eight.
record them, do you?
Huh?
You don't mind if I record them, do you?
My gameplays.
Yeah, like when I play, I normally record or live stream. Do you
Oh yeah,
mind?
I do. Yeah, I do the same thing too. I go live on YouTube and Twitch. You know what I mean?
Oh,
I go
that's what's
live.
up.
Yeah, I go live on both because on StreamYard it allows you to go live to three platforms: Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. So I go live on all three, and
All
you
right,
know
I
what I
might have to
mean?
start using StreamYard when I'm playing then. All right.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Cause it's a lot I'm learning about StreamYard. You know what I mean? It's a
Right.
lot. And I got this other stream. It's called Mango, some shit like that. You know what I mean? It's pretty cool. It's
Got
like
you.
it's like StreamYard, but a little different. You know what I mean? Let me
I'll
see.
look
Let me.
Cool.
into it.
Yeah. Let me
Anything
see.
else, Mikey? You
Everybody have a
good?
good. Yeah. Everybody have a good life. You know, it's the best thing that we breathing in. You know what I mean?
He's
We
reading
can't.
from that quote book again.
No. This is off the top. This is off the top. This is off top of my head.
What do you
You know?
think, Mikey? Do you think, man?
Yeah. Like we gotta appreciate life, man. That ass. You know what I mean?
I hear that, man.
Cause sometimes people be on their shit, and we just gotta appreciate everything what we doing. You know what I mean? Shit, facts to that.
Appreciate you, Mikey. Appreciate you, man.
Nah, facts. Yo, good man. Good looks for having me on your panel, man.
No problem, man. You're always welcome here. You know that.
No, no doubt. Appreciate
Peace,
that.
Mikey.
Appreciate that.
Peace, Mikey.
All right, man.
Peace. Mr.
Suppose I'll go
DeFro,
next.
what's
This is
good?
Hey, what's up, everybody? I just wanted to say thank you for having me on the panel. This was pretty cool. This is my second time coming on. Thank you so much, Identity with Hell, for rocking with me both on the show and outside of the show. That's what's up. I'm very thankful once again to be on the show. I mean, man, this is one of the best shows I've done seen and been on. So, I'll always come and rock out with you week after week if I can, when I get the opportunity for sure. I might be doing some other things in the background because I stay busy, but trust me, I'm invested and I'm listening. This is like the radio for me. So I
I
listen to y'all like
appreciate
a
you
lot.
just rocking with me, man. I appreciate it. I know you got some things going on in this time slot. I know because I think last week you were riding a bike or something. But I
Right. I
just
try to stay
appreciate you
active because
just
I'm
being
trying to
there,
get back
man.
in shape. Yeah, no problem. I'm trying my best to get back in shape, get ready for my physical test or my PT test. So that's coming up in November. So like I'm hitting the weights, I'm running, hitting the bike, swimming, all that stuff. But yeah, if anybody want to hit that cash app, I tell you, I'm transparent, shamelessly. My money goes towards paying off the other artists that work with me who are black.
Right,
These
right.
other artists create music. I have a co-writer that's he's also serving with me in the military, and he writes science fiction. Every now and again I throw him something when I have an opportunity. And then it also goes a lot to my artists. So like I have other artists that draw things at times. I have not never posted any of their work yet because I was waiting until everything looks professional and we've all like made our agreement that this is a product that we want to push. But pretty soon I'll post the different artists, and on my channel every now and again I'll give a shout out to those particular artists. These guys are really talented people and they do charge. So any proceeds that go towards my cash app will pretty much be paying off other black artists from my city. So just putting that out there. And
That's what's
again,
up,
thank
man.
you guys and thank you all for your time.
Yo, man, we definitely gotta hook up, man, because I'm not really big on the gaming scene, or at least trying to get it online. But like I said, when I saw someone actually doing like a league with the Tecmo Super Bowl, I was like, it just shocked me that had some legs on it. Like wow. I like it for nostalgic reasons, but there's still some people out there willing to do stuff
Yeah.
like that and be part of it. Now, I don't know the legality of actually playing Tecmo Super Bowl with the updated rosters, because that's what I do. I actually follow that scene where they actually update the rosters to now. Like you can literally play with Kansas City, Patrick Mahomes. Like it's pretty cool to see it and play with and be a part of
Yeah.
that. I don't know if I can actually do that online, because that would be even better in my opinion. But so I might have some questions about how to
You
even
know
do
what you
that
could
type
do
stuff.
is you can make a sector league, like where different people that's from the sector, from the chats, or even these content creators that actually game, you can make it as to where you get all their information, figure out who these people are as far as their avatars, and then what you can do is put them into a roster where different people play different people on this day, and then when they win they advance to the next level, and then the next person plays that person, like the winners play each other, the losers play each other too. And if you win out of the losers bracket, you can get back into the winning circuit. I can tell you how to set up a whole tournament and how to put it together. I do it with sports a lot, and the same thing applies to games. So it's kind of like you can make a tournament, and I bet you people would come in and watch because they like some of the personalities that people have. Like a lot of people may not agree with some of the things that some of these people have done, but they do have charismatic personalities as to where people would watch them play games. I ain't gonna lie, I sat there and I was waiting to see that one guy play Waylife. I was waiting to see it. I normally wouldn't rock
I
with
was
him, but
waiting for that
I wanted
too.
to see him play a game against Waylife. Yeah, I was like, come on, let's get it. I was ready. So, like that kind of thing, because his personality is interesting. As a gamer, I think he's funny as a gamer. So I was like, man, we need to have more of that going on in the sector too, as well as the good conversations. Man, if people did the gaming thing, I'd be on it all the time, anytime. But yeah, I'm just putting my 2 cents out there about that.
Yeah, I appreciate the help, man. But like I said, I'm already trying to fit this stuff in now, so that's just
Yeah, I feel you.
another avenue that I may entertain. But it's fun to me, so that it's not just work. It's because I play video games anyway. But I'm more nostalgic. I'm more like I'll break out my my Nintendo emulators all day, like because it's so quick now to just I literally have an iPad dedicated to running all the old systems, so I don't have to pull out the system itself anymore. I
Right,
got
the
an iPad
emulators.
specifically for that because
Yep.
you can get in and out in 10 minutes. I'm good. My fix is good. So um but that's how I am with it, and that's the fun part to me. I like the nostalgia of it, and I haven't really followed all the latest 2Ks and all that stuff, but I appreciate you rocking, man. I mean, as always, you're always appreciated here, man. But have a
No
great day,
problem, man.
man. I will if I ever turn on my PlayStation, I'll look you up.
That's
um,
what's up.
but have a good one, man. I appreciate you.
All right. Peace and blessings, y'all.
Peace out, defrauding. And then there was one plus the chat or whoever's watching. Um, so I know today is sort of deviated from the topic in the middle there. I did my best to try and hold it into a certain lane. I think I did okay. I want to thank everybody who actually joined me today. Al, I know you're not a fan favorite around here, but I appreciate you just rocking out, man. That was key. Mikey, you have a certain thing about you, man. You're not even doing it. You're not even doing it for the purpose of doing it. It's just who you are, man. I don't know if it's what you're doing, or yeah, I'm gonna leave it there. We just appreciate you, Mikey. So you good to rock out here. Defrauding, we good. We talk, a little bit in the background of just trying to keep up with what's going on in the sector, man. I know you keep me up on some stuff because I'm literally always 2 weeks behind on all these things. Um, so please hit the like button on your way out. Share, subscribe to the channel. Thank you everybody for rocking with me. Hopefully we learned something today. The word of the day is de-individualism or de-individualization. I apologize for screwing that up. Um, and thanks to the secret mods, even though you may not even know you're a mod on my channel, I didn't even ask. I just realized who was asking for it and just gave it to them without telling them. So don't hate me for that, but just appreciate the wrench and swing it if you have to. But I don't think I have too many problems in the chat. I haven't seen anything crazy, not yet. Maybe the more popular the show gets, the more I'm gonna start attracting some certain level of attention, which is okay. But you guys are mods. You've been around the block, I'm sure, so you know what to look out for. Um, please get notified. Please make sure you hit that notification button to get notified for anything I'm doing in the future. I do have another science video coming soon. I do dabble a lot in the sciences as far as just amazing little toys and trinkets and things like that. Check out my channel. I did something on thermoelectric energy and how it's used in commercial products. And I think that's one of those fascinating things that people wouldn't believe you if you told them about it, and then you show it, and they're like, "Wow, I didn't even know that was possible." Yeah, there's a level of science out here that most of us may not even know about. I would love to push science on my channel more heavily. I do feel like it's missing in the melanated side on the melanated side of things as far as exposure to certain things that may interest those young kids, boys or girls, or just our future scientists. We have a movement. Even though we may not agree with it, we have a long road ahead of us to try and kind of correct or right the ship of what's going on in this world. And as we are doing that, the world keeps moving. And I just want us to get a piece of it. That's all I want. I just want us to get a piece of it, and enjoy the fruits that everyone else that knows the key to monetary longevity. I just want a piece of it. I'm not here to take over. I just want a piece. So again, check out the channel. And I will leave you with probably is going to be my greatest track I ever did because I'm the most proud of it. But again, thanks everybody for rocking, and have a good night.
The Negro still is not free.
We are oppressed. We are exploited. We are downtrodden. We are denied not only civil rights, but even human rights. Manifest how great you are. Dream about your greatness. Come hell or high water, I'm going after my
greatness. How can I fake this? Humbly gracious to have this greatness. Every time I wake, this greatness takes this black man higher places. Melanin magic strapped to my back with the fact I deserve higher praises. Based on my race. Last place is the only status. Placed in the basement with no way out. What's the basis? Look around, all I see are familiar faces with that greatness. Gazes make me wonder what this baseless, tasteless trace of races. Pointless to think you can keep me down and back in cages. Shackle minds like gap teeth with the rubber band embraces. Breaking chains every day that oppress my people for ages. Faceless acts of rage because of what my race is. I'm gonna say this price is way too high. Who's gonna pay this? Conversations of reparations ain't even enough to erase this. Can't get enough of us. We're on your favorite playlist, but you play us out. Just comply and fucking take this. I now see my greatness and I know you really hate this. You can't debate this. I define what my integration is. Is this a true test from God? Then I'm gonna ace this. Is this God within me? I'm not gonna waste this. Every day the media portray top car chases of people with the same faces, which is nothing but misguided greatness. Driving aimless and hungry, not knowing death is what that taste is. Gripping tight on the wheel. Jesus, take this. Gripping hard on that steel, death or jail is what my fate is. Survival by any means is the meal. Don't forsake this. There should be more for us. Life can play tricks. Where's our Morpheus? We're stuck in a matrix. Reflections of our Savior has been blurred by all this fake shit. Looking to the sky for hope is done or quite pervasive. Killing those who find the knowledge quite persuasive. Once I'm labeled as abrasive, soon to follow evasive. Savage is what we're told the angry black man is laced with. Change the context, change the narrative with what we're graced with. Pop that chain of mental restraint and fly like we are weightless. Mother Nature has the key. Please open the gate, man. I'm here to claim my throne. Don't step on my cake, man. Black Panther to the bone. No need to rate this. Greatness. Make sure you get to take this and loop back for all the late kids. All the boys and girls who don't think that their lives are precious. All the people who feel circumstances are a death wish. All the challenge within that we are blessed with should be acknowledged, not demolished by the oppressor. That's our true resume. Extremely impressive. I got nothing left to say, but you can send it for that greatness. Greatness. We have a long road ahead to overcome this blatant hatred. We have a long road ahead to overcome this blatant hatred.